I'd like to call today's budget retreat of August 13th of the Des Moines City Council to order. I noticed on the agenda we don't have a flag salute. Do we normally do that on a budget retreat? I would like to do that. So let's stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming today. And I'll start with just a few opening remarks. Moving that microphone is not a good idea. You know, when we started looking at 2016, we were looking at an excess of a $1.5 million budget deficit. Our history over the past several years has been, again, to mitigate gaps in the budgets. Our result, after becoming aware of this, the result was there were things that had to change. We did a tax rate and fee adjustment. We implemented employee furloughs. We had staff reductions. We did some functional organizational changes. And we implemented a water conservation program, to name just a few. However, acknowledging this, and I'm going to refer to the team, and I'll define that as being the council and what is commonly referred to as the staff here. But we didn't do it alone. Neither side did it by themselves. It was a cooperative effort, so I'm going to refer to it as the team. The team came together on revenue. We dealt with utility franchise agreements, and they've been passed. We passed policy to allow for red light cameras in high incidence areas to complement our school zone cameras that have kept our walking communities around schools safe. We've addressed marina parking and have a program coming forward. And we've also done other things. Today we're going to learn how our collaborative efforts, again the team, council and staff, have paid off. My ask when we came into this, I might want to redefine that as my wish list, was that we see a new budget, something that we hadn't seen before. One that would be sustainable, that would add police officers and the support necessary for the work they do. One that would pave roads, something we haven't been able to do in quite some time. One that would eliminate the furloughs, and one that would not include staff reductions, something I've not had the luxury of seeing in my time on this council. And first and foremost, be the beginning of our new direction as a city. Today, again, we will learn how our cooperative efforts have paid off. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Mathias.
Okay, good morning, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the community. Appreciate everyone here. And really excited sort of the kickoff process for our budget. Just a couple of comments I want to make before Danielle goes through the PowerPoint. In about May of this year, I was asked by council to take responsibility for the process of preparing the budget recommendations that you see today. And it's important to remember that this is the beginning of the process and that council will have many bites at the apple relative to what the final budget looks like. But a couple of things. So I felt my charge was to come forth with a sustainable budget and recommendations to council in how that could be accomplished. Danielle and I discussed a lot of kind of dynamics to the budget process, and her experience in other cities and my experience in other cities, and being a budget manager, it seemed like there were some things we could do relative to process that would make this all more inclusive and create a greater understanding of the needs of the departments and the city in terms of the provision of services and all the functions that we do. So what we did was we initiated a series of meetings with our senior staff, one-on-one, Danielle, myself, and department heads, excuse me, and walked through each department's budget and looked at what the needs were, what the time frame for the needs were. Were there things that could be put off? Were there things that were immediate? Were there one-time issues? Were there long-term issues? And just walk through with every department. And I think on average we spent 2 or 3 hours. A couple of departments that are a little more complicated, we spent longer, just understanding what the issues are. And I think that was helpful in a lot of ways. I mean, first of all, it gave us great understanding of the dynamic of the budget. Secondly, I think it allowed department heads an opportunity to kind of express their world reality in the context of budgeting and resources. And I think it also provided an opportunity for us to reflect back to department heads that the charge was sustainability and a way for it all to work together. So we went through the process. Eventually we had a senior staff meeting with everyone present, walk through our conclusions, what we were going to recommend, and that's what you're going to see today. But I have to, just with humility, be so proud of the teamwork that went into this, and I really appreciate that. I think an inclusive approach is the right approach in almost all situations, and that's what we got. So let me just walk through this quickly. And Danielle will hit most of the highlights. But what we want to do is come to an understanding of what our current and future financial condition, how it relates to the past. Danielle will walk through that. I think you can restate this one if you want in terms of dynamic. Sustainability, this is the famous universal definition of sustainability. And we kind of transformed the wording a little, but a city which meets the needs of the current generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that's from the Brundtland Report in 1987, the first kind of global approach to sustainability. And our goal was right-sized and sustainable. Skipped, okay. So, I know, it's white background. Okay. Right. So some of the, I think one of the things that Matt and Vic, insisted we try and do was to just boil it down to highlights. What is it that has been accomplished? And I'm sorry if that's not legible. It wasn't meant to be like secret code. But first of all, no use of one-time revenues for ongoing costs. Okay, and that's been a Band-Aid that we've experienced in the past, that the problem is when you take the Band-Aid off, you also rip the scab off, and you're worse than you started because you've relied on one-time money for ongoing operational structural revenue. So that's not happening in this budget recommendation. We went back to being able to do full interfund assessments, replenish those funds. We've been able to identify a strategy to enhance our manpower for public safety, for the police department. There's a $1 million annual street paving allotment that could be utilized for getting to the paving that's been put off for so many years. We're looking this year at a $3 million fund balance. And I think, just to reiterate what Matt said, I think in the past we've looked a lot at the expenditure side. And I think that at some point that becomes really difficult to run a city with a constrained manpower. And so what we've done this year, and I think that Matt and Vic and the council deserve a huge amount of credit for the leadership in addressing the revenue side of the equation. And that is, and I want to say that these estimates are essentially conservative also. These are not, full-blown, this is what it could be. These are relatively conservative. That we're looking at $600,000 from the red light running in the coming year, 2017. We're looking at 100,000 in paid parking for the marina, hopefully. And Joe said he'd cover the balance if we didn't get there. And and we're looking at about $500,000 in the water and sewer franchise fee agreements that were, I think they were undertaken with a lot of skill. And I think the team that negotiated that really did an awesome job. So those are revenue sources that are going to help us move forward. And what Danielle's going to be able to do here is kind of walk everyone through kind of where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed. And decisions that were made last year are carrying over into this year and will help in some respects define, but in other respects constrain what our options are. But I think the bottom line of this is that we believe we're presenting to you a sustainable budget with recommendations to achieve that sustainability. There may be other things council wants to do, but we've always taken every addition in the context of that, how does this affect sustainability? And how does each department fit into a larger picture, making this city self-reliant and sustainable and able to move forward in the manner that we all would like to see? So kind of the background, and I will turn it over to Danielle to walk through the PowerPoint. Thanks.
Okay, that was the nutshell. So now let's go on to the more detail, I suppose.
As a matter of process, Danielle, excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to entertain questions along the path, or do you want us to save them until the end?
I would say go ahead and ask them, and if they need to be deferred, because I'll refer to it later, then I'll just kind of park it and say we'll get to it when we get to there. Otherwise, we can go as we go, if you like.
Okay, so what I would say to the council is if you have a question, just raise your hand and get her attention. Again, she's behind me and you're on either side, so it may be hard for me to see you.
So I'll screen them, and like I said, kind of, sometimes going from one slide to another, there's kind of a little flow in between things that I like to keep going, and then other times it's a good break. So we'll just kind of play it by ear depending on what those are. I kind of skipped one slide back up here that I want to talk about just a little bit. And that is, what are we looking at for council today? And today's presentation is really a little different than last year's. Last year's we were facing major deficits, major issues. So last year's was a lot of policy discussion. This year, but then council made a lot of policy decisions, and those decisions were not short-term decisions, they were long-term decisions. So having those decisions being made, this year what we're doing is we're looking more about what is the outcome of those decisions? What does it look like? Were those decisions effective? Did they accomplish the goals that council was trying to accomplish last year? So this discussion will probably, at least from what I'm bringing, or we're bringing as part of this PowerPoint presentation, is much less policy-oriented and more an explanation of the results of prior policy discussions. So we're going to cover where we were, what we did, and where we're headed. And this is where we were. So we were headed over the dam, and so in 2014's audit, which happened in 2015, the auditors communicated with the city that the financial condition of the city was not sustainable. We were headed in a negative direction. We were consuming more cash than we had come in, and that if council didn't come up with a plan or take some action, then literally our forecast was that we would become bankrupt, literally. And so that's what the auditors said, is we needed to do something. So where we were, even at the end of 2014 and in 2015, and looking at this, even in 2016, the city wasn't able, or financially to have the resources to be able to provide all the basic services that the city and the council really wanted to provide. Now, there's never enough money to do everything, but this goes back to the question of how do we right-size the city? Given the financial constraints, what is everything that the council and the public, what can we do given the money that we have? And so these four things were kind of identified as things that were missing out of our service picture. What were we not doing that we really felt was part of the fundamental things that should be accomplished within our financial ability? So one of the things that we weren't doing and haven't been able to do for almost a decade now is to deal with the public's investment in their streets. And the public has paid a lot of money for those streets. They've got $48 million invested in street infrastructure. And so those streets often have a lifetime of like 10 years or less before you start getting into a cost curve of repairing them is much, much more expensive than maintaining them. So this is a concern because we want to be good stewards of our assets, and we want to protect the public's investment. So the goal in determining what is going to fit in our right size of finance was to include a program where we could at least maintain a minimum adequate street repaving effort. The other thing that's been identified is that there is a concern, and council has expressed it many times, that the city doesn't have a current plan for the status, condition, and financial repair replacement program for their buildings and facilities. So the parking lots, the buildings, the HVACs, the roofs. Okay, so that's a work in process with staff right now, and we're continuing to come up with an assessment to do that. So this year, pending the outcome of that assessment study, we've made a little bit of stride. So in the budget that we're going to look at, we have included half again as much, which is nearly not enough, to set aside in what we've talked about as Fund 506. This is the Building Repair and Replacement Fund. So we did increase our assessments this year from about $75,000 up to about $111,000. So it's not going to be enough, but it is a step in the right direction. The other thing that that the public has talked about and council has also addressed is that currently the feeling is that we have an inadequate level of police officers on the streets. So what are we going to do about that, and how can we do something about that within our financial abilities of where we think we're going to be? And then right now, if anybody watched the Government 101 from Thursday, they saw that in the city, the number of cases relating to domestic violence is increasing. And so the city in the past has been able to put aside some funding for a domestic violence advocate services. But through prior budget cuts, that half-time position has been eliminated. So that's been identified as an important service that we're trying to encompass in our definition of right size, so that we have that public service available again. So we'll be looking at that in this budget as well. So this is where we were. We weren't providing all the services, and even for the services that we were providing, we weren't as sustainable. We had an approach where we were not investing in our capital in order to pay for operating. So there was not enough money to pay for everything. So we used our capital money to pay operating costs. And that works in the short term, but when that financial stress continues for too long, then the city's not sustainable. An example of that would be you can have all the police officers you want, but if you put them on bicycles, they're not going to be very effective. So you have to have a balance between operating costs for salaries and the equipment that those people and positions need in order to carry out those services. And the city had over time and over the constraints gotten out of balance on that ratio, so that we really did not have the money in reserves to replace those capital vehicles and equipment that the city needed. Our self-insurance reserves were gone. Our equipment and technology reserves were gone. So, and our general fund, as we look at here in a minute, was projected to be gone by 2017. Now, this was back looking last year. And then here's the state auditor's finding that we were talking about. So this is the slide from last year. This is what council was looking at when they were making their 2016 budget decisions. And this is what the mayor was referring to. This is the $1.6 million that we were looking at. If we just continued to do what we did, the way we've done it in the past, then we would be at a $1.6 million deficit. And you can kind of see that annually kind of bounces around. And then you can see our reserves. This part here means that we're out of money. And so there is no money to pay those bills. And so technically we would have been, bankrupt in a technical sense, the general fund would have, by 2017. So in looking at this, I was curious. I just, on my own, I was like, well, how good were our projections? So I went back and looked. And so we made this projection, well over a year ago. Lots of things have happened. But this projection for 19,812, again, you'll see later on, our projection now is 19,872. So, I mean, we're very close. So my point here is, when we do these forecasts, our forecasting is dang accurate. I mean, it's been within 0.3%. So there is a budget philosophy that lots of cities use, that I've got to underestimate revenues and overestimate expenses. That's a conservative way of budgeting. Okay, we can't afford to do that. If we did that, then we would be laying off people. And so this has really been a challenge at this city, is to not only be right-sized, but to be right on with our forecasts. And as we get more healthy and more sustainable, then we can start moving to that little bit more conservative budgeting approach. But right now, the forecasts that we're using is we're trying our very, very best to just be accurate as we can, given a lot of unknown factors. So this is the other thing that we were looking at. It was in the general fund last year, in 2015, the general fund had actually run out of money and had to borrow it from other funds. So the city as a whole had money in its bank account, but it didn't belong to the general fund. And so this is something that has not happened in the 12 years that I looked back and researched, that there was time. So the general fund had been low on cash before, and maybe once in a while had to borrow some, but not this sustained level. And again, this was a result of how low the fund balance had gotten into 2014, which is what the auditors were talking about. And how we got here was, this red line here is the spending. And so our spending, we started out okay, and 13 didn't look too bad, but 14, the revenues leveled off. But our plan, and again, our commitment to salaries and other things that we were doing, was going up. And so again, this is something that you can take in the short term, but in the long term needs to be addressed. So the patient was sick, and we needed to do something about it. And that was where council made decisions last year. So council saw that condition. We talked about it, as Matt said, as a team. We all first educated ourselves onto what was happening and why it was happening, and then council took action. It had to decide what steps it was going to take to get to a successful, sustainable city. So the first thing we did in order to fix this issue was we had to change direction. Before, we were doing our financial forecasting and our budgeting in a very narrow view. We were looking just 1 year at a time. And so we were making decisions that would affect many years, but we only looked at the ramification of those decisions 1 year at a time. And so that was the first major change. We went from that 1 year view all the way out to a 5-year view so that we could see, good or bad, what the long-term effects were. And council committed to this concept of sustainable. And what sustainable means is if I'm going to add things, they're going to have to come with a funding source or an expenditure cut, or we're going to have to trade. Okay, let's see. Another major thing, again, that's been repeated was one-time revenues were used for one-time expenditures. And I have to say that when we were talking about this as at the director level, all the directors stood up and clapped practically, because this is the first time since they've been here that this had not been part of the budget process. There's this concept that, OMG, we are glad that the one-time revenues are being set aside, and then that gives us some predictability and comfort, assurance, I guess, for staff, employees, and management alike, that we have enough revenues to carry out the mission that we're assigned. The other thing it did was the commitment was that we were going to, over time, replenish our capital reserves. And we're going to move from what we can afford to this concept of what is the asset life, and we're going to set aside what we need on an annual basis over time to build up enough money so that when that asset, that car, that vehicle is old and needs to be replaced, that we're not scrambling for current resources and trying to find that money. We have already put it aside in order to purchase that. And then we also needed to replenish our operating reserves. So these are the reserves to pay for salary, wages, and just buying things, the purchasing what we need to on services on a monthly basis. Because our revenues don't come in evenly every month, we need to have a sufficient cash on hand at the end of the year that's going to sustain us until the next paycheck comes in. So again, we get a major source of our revenues on either a quarterly basis or just twice a year. So our reserves, our operating reserves, are not just extra money that people see at the end of the year. That money is committed to being able to cover the expenses that are going to come when we don't have revenues coming in the door.
As an equivalent. As an equivalent, it's the equivalent of having a minimum balance in a checking account to ensure that you're able to pay bills between the time that your paychecks come in.
Right, right. If you only get paid once a month, then you got to have enough at the beginning of the month that's going to have enough to pay the food bill on the third week. And so replenishing and maintaining the general fund ending fund balance, council already had financial policies in place. They're sound financial policies. I think we're going to talk a little bit later that they're a little on the low end given the dynamics that we're looking at after analyzing the city's activity for several years. I think you're going to see that the financial levels of those reserves are actually low. But given that we were at 677,000 and our reserve target was 2.3 million, the fact that we can get to 3 million is very exciting news. Okay, so we changed direction and we took our medicine. So it didn't taste good. It wasn't fun, but there were difficult decisions that everybody participated in, council, staff, management, the public. It took everybody pulling together to turn the ship around and start getting from the waterfall and going back upstream. So what we did was we eliminated a code enforcement position and reallocated those duties to some folks in the police department. We eliminated a half-time court clerk position. And we took and downgraded a senior coordinator position. We lowered it in both title and responsibilities as well as levels of FTE. And then for the public, we also had to reduce our service levels. So we reduced some of our park maintenance budget. We did landscaping and irrigation. We lowered our janitorial maintenance. And the employees, in addition to taking these cuts and eliminating these positions, all the employees were impacted, the remaining employees, except for police guild employees, were affected by furloughs. And so what a furlough is that is basically a forced unpaid day off. And so it is unpaid. And so this represented just about a 4% pay cut to those employees that were affected for the year. So that was how council reduced the cost, because really there's only two major approaches to solving a budget. You've got to reduce your costs or increase revenues or some combination of both. So council took a combination of both. After looking at what they could cut, that was still not nearly going to be enough to deal with an over $1.6 million budget deficit. So the other side of the equation was that we needed to raise new revenue sources to cover the cost of providing the services. So there were we raised the existing utility taxes, and that took place in 2016, back towards the beginning of the year. There was a variety of fees across the city, both in community development, recreation, that were raised. And again, that kind of took place throughout the year. The council has authorized a red light running program, which is an automatic speed enforcement program that has not, it was authorized this year in 2016, but it hasn't been implemented yet. So that's part of the risk of the model, is that we are assuming revenue from this program that has not yet started. So again, these are preliminary numbers that we're dealing with, and we do not have actual history to help us with this projection at the moment. This city this summer has recently successfully negotiated the water sewer franchise fees, franchise payments to the city. And those agreements took place. They start in September, but the city really isn't going to start seeing the money until fourth quarter of 2016, because they have to bill it to their customers, and then they have time to remit it to us. And so it's going to be late in the fourth quarter before we see those payments.
As part of that program startup, though, there is an initial $5,000 payment from two of the entities and $2,500 from the other. Will we see that in September?
We'll have to follow up on that. I don't believe the agreement had a specific date as to when those particular payments were, so I don't know if they're going to pay them up front at the close or whether they're going to make them with their first. So we'll check on that then.
And we also have a $5,000 payment coming in from an existing agreement with Water District 54.
Well, Water District 54,
already paid it this
they
year?
have paid theirs, and their back payments as well.
Okay, thank you.
So they're all current. Okay, and then the other program that was authorized that is still in process, that staff is working on implementing, is the additional paid parking program down at the marina. So that's going through the permitting process, the public discussion process, and so the equipment is not in place at this point, but we're hoping that by the end of the year, all that will be in place. And it may be in place sooner than that. It's just that if it is, there's not anticipated to be significant revenues, or again, I'm just being conservative. I have assumed there would be no revenues between now and the end of the year. And there'll probably be some, but they probably won't be large since it'll be after the summer peak.
Danielle, I just want to make sure your slide doesn't match this slide. So is this new?
I updated, yes.
Okay.
So I will have updated some of these in a kind of a continuous process. Okay, so this isn't directly related to those slides that I just did, but this is a little bit a different slide. So this is looking at what's happening in 2016 that we didn't include in our original budget. So what is happening with the general fund revenues that we didn't originally predict? Okay, and the good news is we have increases. Okay, so that means we're being a little bit conservative. And so where are we being conservative? So the one-time, when you see one-time tax and one-time development, these are on development projects that have valuations greater than $15 million. So we have a little bit more development coming in. And so as the city manager was saying, we're being conservative on our revenue estimates. So I'd just like to clarify a little bit there that the approach that we've taken has been to be very conservative on our development revenues, but we are pushing, I think, we are not being conservative, I think we're pushing a little bit on our tax revenues. Okay, so it is kind of, again, we actually, as part of the process, go through 687 revenue lines and look at the history of each of those lines and do an individual prediction on each line. So again, we're going to do this consistently, and that is to say we are going to take a baseline approach to one-time development. And then as any development that actually comes in, then what we're going to do is we'll use some of it. Basically, development kind of runs on a 3-year cycle. So you get the money the first year, and you're going to spend some of that money that year. It's going to take another year to do some more on the inspections, and then there's going to be just a little bit of follow-up again in that 3rd year. So when that development money comes in, we all have to remember that comes in up front. So if we spend it on, well, first of all, we need to spend that on development salaries because it's a fee for service. Okay, so paying a police officer per position with a development fee is not really the right match. So we need to save some of that money for the years that we don't have development coming in, but we still have development services that have to be provided. So this money ends up in fund balance, and that is a large part, as you'll see, as to why we're getting to that $3 million fund balance. It's because of development money that's coming in ahead. In addition, we had a kind donation for the Senior Center of a $150,000 donation, and that's allowing the city to do some things to be able to provide special services for the seniors. We have the automated traffic program. So the red light running program that we referred to was not in the original budget because it wasn't authorized until 2016. So it was after the 16 budget was already created. So we're thinking again that this is going to happen in the 4th quarter, and this is basically the money that we're expecting, the net revenue basically, that we're hoping to see from that program between now and the end of the year. And then there's, like I said, many different small line items that add together. And so, like I said, the good news for 2016 is we're not only on track, but we have some other money coming in. But again, I just have to, the biggest chunks of these monies, we have to remember, are restricted, and they're not available for general use. Yes, ma'am.
So Danielle, the cameras that are at the schools, that doesn't go into the general fund?
That's correct. They have their own fund, and those are separate and independent, and they are covering their costs right now, and then the surplus for that is being attributed to safety programs, and that's not inside the general fund, but it has its own special fund that we use because we have to keep those restrictions separate. And when you're in the general fund, it's a little bit more challenging to keep the restrictions separate. So you'll see that we're creating more and more special revenue funds. And those are to make it easier for everybody to see the activity that's related for those special items that are restricted. Okay, what about the expenditure side? Well, the good news is the expenditure side on a revised basis is is right on target. We're very close to what we expect it to be. And in fact, because of the revenues that are coming in and the way that we expect the expenditures to fold out, that we're thinking that we'll be able to follow council's regular financial policy, which says that if you have one-time tax that comes in, that we'll be able to transfer that to the capital fund for capital spending. As part of the budget process, council did authorize in 2016 the use of this money to cover operating costs. But like I said, the good news is that as the year is unfolding, we're thinking that we're not going to have to utilize that and that we will be able to transfer that out and use that for a capital project. Not all of that money is here in the door right now. Only about half of it is, because we're about halfway through the year. But this is what we project will happen by the end of the year. And again, the new plan is that we do not spend it or create the capital project or go forward with the capital project until we've collected the money and we know that we have it in hand, and then we move forward. Okay. So that's where we've been. Are there any other questions about where we look like? Okay, so then this is where we were. This is where we want to get to. And how do we get there? We have to balance our services, our costs, and our revenues. And then if we do that carefully, and we do that careful balance, then we'll stay ahead of the wave and we'll have smooth sailing. But in order to maintain that balance, it's going to be really helpful if the public, the employees, the manager, and council all can get a common understanding of what our financial conditions are and what our financial constraints are. Because if everybody has a clear understanding of what that is, then the public policy decision can be meaningful, or the discussions can be meaningful, they can be relevant, and most important, they can be doable. So that's what we're looking to try and gain, is that understanding with all of these groups about our financial conditions, opportunities, and challenges. So where are we headed? And that's that we do a 2016 revised estimate and we forecast out to 2022. Again, that's our planning horizon. Again, so everything that we're going to be looking at in here is based on estimates. So it's not the checkbook, because we're looking forward in the future. We got our crystal ball out. But again, for all of those years, we're consistently going on with this concept of no one-time revenues used for ongoing costs. And I've done that by simply not including any one-time revenues. So there are no one-time revenues in the 2017 to 2022 numbers at all. When they get here, great, we'll decide, because one-time revenues, remember there's two kinds, will either go to capital for capital purposes, or they'll go to fund balance if they're for development costs to pay for the future development services. So they're not really, we all know what's going to happen with those, and so they're not included, so that we don't accidentally overinflate or people get confused by the numbers. We're just keeping them out of there, because capital budgeting is kind of a whole nother part of the city process. So for the operating forecasts, we're just not including those one-time revenues in the future. Okay, the plan is going to increase public safety through additional patrol officers. We're providing an ongoing, sustainable, meaningful street repaving preservation program. And this comes in two pieces. One piece is coming from, and again, I'll go into the details later, but it's going to come from the car tabs, so that this council last year voted to increase the second portion of the car tabs by $20, and all of that money is restricted and goes not in the general fund, but it goes into a particular street paving fund. So what this budget does as well is it takes the additional money that was raised from the water sewer franchise agreements, which is really the utilities' right. The water and sewer utilities want to use the dirt under the city to hold their pipes and to provide their services. And so in essence, you can think of it kind of as a dirt rental fee. So the city here in this process, if council agrees to this, takes that money and sets it into the paving program so that it will replace the streets that are above that dirt. So there's a relationship there. And so those two sources together will create we're estimating about $950,000 a year, so just under $1 million a year to do ongoing replacement of failed streets, as in 223rd, and also later on, then some of the lower cost ways of improving streets. So rather than doing a full overlay or a rebuild, we can do some other types of recoding services that cost less.
The franchise fees from what would go toward paving?
The water sewer franchise. So the franchise fees that are on sanitation and cable TV go to the general fund, and they stay in the general fund, and that's what's all included in here. But we have separated out the new franchise fees and devoted them to the paving program.
Those weren't necessary for purposes of sustaining the operational budget.
In 2016, we used the half year that we have, but starting in 2017 and forward, all of the projections have that money out of the general fund and down into the paving fund. So all the news that you'll see here has already got that money down in the special revenue fund and out of the general fund. So as you look at the numbers when we get there, that does not include the paving or the water sewer franchise fees, the water sewer franchise payments. As the city attorney has coached me to carefully use those terms. Okay, so this is basically just the process that we went through that, and the city managers talked to that process, so we won't spend much time on that. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Go back to that slide 21, because you had some other stuff to go through.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I did. So the other goals of this plan that has been worked out is we want to work on the council goals of improving public communication. We're wanting to provide more funding to assist vulnerable citizens. We want to maintain sustainable increases in personnel costs. And that's a challenge, and some of that is it's not an easy process because we have to negotiate our union contracts. And with public safety in particular, there's lots of laws and rules about what and how we can carry out those negotiations. Also, as we can see, that the goal in putting this forecast together was to maintain a sustainable financial condition, both on the operating side and to make sure that we have sustainable fund balances. And basically what that means is we need to match the services that we're rendering or giving to how much revenue that we actually have available.
So Danielle, are you going into more detail on some of these?
I
as we
will.
go on?
Yes. So this is kind of an overview, and then we'll come back. And that's the process. And we've kind of spoken to this a little bit, is, again, council made the key decisions last year into creating the financial plan. And so this year, it's more of a matter of updating the plan to show the results of those decisions, and that staff has met, considered these priorities in order to make this. So it's 10 o'clock, and I've been going through this for an hour now. Mayor, did you want to take a 5 or 10 minute break, or do you want to keep going?
Our first break is out at 10:30. Is everybody comfortable going for the addition until 10:30? Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, because I'm going, oh, I'm fine. I'm just about to hit a section that I don't want to separate, so I think.
30 minutes?
I think so, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we should be good. Okay, so when we put a plan together, one of the first questions that citizens often ask is, where did my taxes go? Okay, I pay my taxes. What happened to that money? Where is it going to go? How is it going to be used? And so I want to talk just a little bit about these numbers before I go through them in detail. So what I'm about to go through is the tax piece of services rendered. So we're going to talk here on this slide is all about public safety. So public safety is funded primarily through taxes, but they do have some ancillary fees and charges that they have. So when there's court, then there are some court fees that are collected and assessed. And so the police, they might get some grants for bulletproof vests and some operating grants. So these numbers here, we take all of their spending, and I've reduced it by the amount of outside revenue sources and fees they have, and that's how I get to the tax piece and say everything else then has to be covered by taxes. And so the other thing I just want to note is, again, in general, fees are a small portion of public safety, but this red light running revenue source is meaningful, significant, and important. So we have budgeted about $600,000 that we're anticipating from this new program. So, and that would be net revenues. So all of that, we talked as a council, or council talked about that when they set up this program. And they talked about when they created that ordinance, where was that money going to go? Are we going to restrict it? How are we going to use it? And council made the decision at that time, it would be going into the general fund, but it would not be restricted by ordinance, but we would be looking at it through the budget process so that we have as much flexibility as we need to manage our budgets on an annual basis. So in this year, we have attributed all of it. All $600,000 is being devoted to police and patrol services. Okay, so the costs that you see here are not the costs of them doing business, it's the cost of the tax-funded portion of them doing business. Their total costs are much larger. Okay, so having said that and kind of described what these numbers mean, then we're looking, so if we take all the taxes that come into the general fund, when I'm talking property tax, sales tax, B&O tax, utility taxes, everything that's a tax, we get about $12 million. Okay, so that's how much we have available. So how does that get spent? Okay, well, we have public safety costs. So we're saying our highest priority for taxes is public safety. And again, we hear citizens quite often, well, how come we just can't have more patrol officers? Why is it that we just can't get, let's add 4 or 6 more new patrol officers? And again, I think part of that is they don't, that folks are not completely understanding how much money or how many resources, tax resources, are already committed to public safety. And so that's what this slide is about. So if we take our costs, tax costs of public safety, because if the police catch the bad guys, then if we don't give them their day in court, and if we take the really bad guys and we don't put them in jail, then we haven't accomplished public safety. So if you think of public safety, it really takes all of these processes and all of these departments to protect the public. And so when you take that all into account, including the jail time and the court time, and this is fire arson investigation. We don't pay a fire department, but we do have costs to pay for arson investigation. That's over $9.6 million of the $12 million. Now,
Danielle,
Mhm.
in the 9 million, 9.6, that includes dispatch also?
yes. Mhm. So as our IT manager, who was here earlier, can attest, again, it's like police officers need, again, police officers can't carry out their jobs very well if they're on bicycles. Okay, police officers can't carry out their jobs very well if they're in police cars that don't have computers and technology in them. Okay, so they could do it, but they're much less efficient in doing it. And so so we've allocated half the time of the Technology and Services Department because they have to maintain the software and the hardware and the radios and all of those, and the communications and the security cameras that public safety relies on. Similarly, we're not going to have police officers very long if nobody pays their paychecks. So, the costs of paying their vendor bills and their payroll. And so we've got half of finance allocated to these departments as well. And then finally, again, it takes human resources to negotiate those contracts and the labor contracts with these bargaining groups, as well as hiring and replacing the workers when they retire, leave, or we have new openings. So this is really a pretty conservative estimate based on the times these departments actually spend supporting all of these public safety units. So that's about $913,000, so just under $1 million a year. Well, again, if you look at how much time we spend on record requests and management of the police and I'm just going to call it public safety divisions, and the time that council spends addressing these issues. Code enforcement, by the way, is up here as well. So code enforcement is part of the public safety. By the time you roll in, and we were just conservative and took just a third of those folks' time. And what you can see is that we spend just under $11 million of the $12 million currently on public safety. So when folks say, gosh, I pay my taxes, I want more public safety. Part of the reality is we're already spending almost all of our taxes on public safety right now. So it's not so much a priority issue as it is just what are the total amount of funds that are available to the city to pay for public safety. And I just want to make a note here that if council hadn't done the red light running revenue program, that basically that means that 94% of all the taxes would have been devoted to public safety. So there's really not a large margin available, if you want to think of it as discretionary, to actually add more public safety services to the city at this time until the tax bases can grow. As the tax bases grow, then that's when we can look at expanding services. So if we have $12 million in taxes and $10.7 million go to public safety, where does the rest of the money go? So it goes to a variety of things. So we have about 12% of our money, or just under 1.4 million, that's available for all other city services to run the rest of the city that's not related to public safety. So the quality of life issues, or the other quality of life issues, because public safety is obviously one of those quality of life issues as well. So we pay the rent for the Historical Society. That's our contribution to the Historical Society. We have pollution control, and I'll just say this one's not optional. We have the Arts Commission, and we have arts programs. We have social services. These are external social services that we help our safety net organizations within the city of Des Moines to provide services that we do not directly provide. So that's like the food bank, the crisis shelter, those kinds of things. We have economic development, and I'll just say redevelopment as well. So this is our economic engine. This is the investment that we make as a city to try and bring businesses here who will bring additional tax dollars, which then give us more revenues to provide the public safety functions.
So just for, help on this, exactly what does that entail? Is that advertising? Is that?
Mostly it's for the economic development director position and the operating costs related around that.
Okay, so it's for a position.
Right. It is mostly for position and the operation of that position. It does not include general advertising and communication. We have that kind of under communication.
Okay, just
which,
wondered where-
which is more in the city manager's communication budget.
okay.
Motel tax go to that?
No.
Turn all the microphones on for a second, please.
Okay, hotel motel tax. No, the hotel motel tax is actually, we have a, 20-year commitment to the tourism RTA, Regional Tourism Agency or Association. And so basically, we have a commitment with an outside organization. It's a regional organization. So this is where we leverage the power of a region.
20 years?
It's a 20-year commitment. And so what we've said is that we will devote all of our hotel motel tax to this organization, and in return, they will include us in their regional advertising promotion activities.
There's a 4-year clause that you can terminate your agreement after 4 years if you.
So we have an out clause.
I
Okay.
remember when we passed the interlocal agreement to be part of that, or the resolution to be part of that, that it said 20 years.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we have a 4-year opt-out, and do you know how, Patrice, off the top of your head, do you know how many years we are into that?
Don't touch it. We have 2 years remaining.
2 years remaining, so we're 2 years out of the 4 years commitment. Matt?
And by opting out, that just really gives us the opportunity to renegotiate.
Theoretically, it's a complex situation that we'll just probably have to discuss further, but we can opt out of the whole organization. But it's,
And I'm not suggesting that. I was just surprised at the
Length of the commitment.
commitment of it. Yeah, usually things are shorter, unless it's something in the ground like a utility or whatever. Usually you don't have something that.
So usually it's like a 4-year with an option for an automatic renewal rather than a 20-year with an option
well, we're
to
creating a
terminate.
new governmental entity, so that's probably why there was a longer agreement.
And then on the Arts Commission, is that $30,000 actual in cash? Or is that reflect clearinghouse where contributions come in or revenues that they receive from other?
So
It
again,
says general fund taxes, so.
right, so basically this, like the public safety, is the cost of providing the function less any outside resources that are used for that function. So if there's donations, then their costs have been reduced by those donations. And so this is the net tax cost. Dan?
Yeah, so on the economic development, redevelopment number, we talked about that kind of being a position, assistant city manager / economic development. But that's really the function of that, whether that's gets transferred to the city manager function now with the potential of the selection of Michael as the city manager. In reality, this would then, it's not specific to that position, it's.
Right, it's broken out. It's broken out and said, this is what we're doing. So one could look at, again, we've just, as of Thursday, looking at a movement and possible reorganization. So any reorganization impact from having the economic development director become the city manager is not anticipated at this time in the forecast.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with this, is that essentially, this is the function of that, and how that's split between the city manager and assistant city manager role. I mean, that's still the cost of that function.
Right, right.
So is that cost based on historical figures so that it could be less in the future, or? is
So
that just a
basically,
solid
again,
number?
this is predominantly related to salary and benefit costs. Okay, that's the largest component of this number. And so that's what we're going to have to talk about as, like I said, as a city manager who was in this function now becomes a city manager, we have to, as a group, and with the city manager's guidance, we're going to have to figure out how do we continue to provide all of the services that we provided before, and basically, how are we going to reslice the pie to make sure everything gets done? So we don't have any more or less money, and we don't have any more or less responsibilities to carry out. It's just going to be a matter of how we're going to balance all of that out, which is what we need to determine coming up. So if this money, right, so again, there's a variety of opportunities and choices available, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the detail of the forecast as well. Then we're also, this is the cost of the Senior and Social Services Administration. Again, this is net of all fees, and so this is the tax subsidy amount that's used to allow the city to provide these services. And this is the recreation program and facilities. So the city offers a variety of recreational programs, daycare programs, sports programs, and we have a set of facilities that are used to deliver those services. And those services do charge fees, but this is the amount of the tax subsidy that's used to pay the cost when the fees are not sufficient. And then we have park maintenance, and so these are the maintenance costs of mowing the grass and those kinds of things, all the things that happen to maintain the park, the water, the people to go in there, pick up the sharp needles so that our kids are not being stabbed by garbage. Sorry. Okay, let's just say that there's an important reason that park maintenance people are out there on a daily basis to go through and clean and it's to clean and protect our parks so that they're safe and healthy for the kids to play in. Sorry. Okay, and so now as we look through this, again, one of these is not like the other. So one is blue and the others are black. And so why is that? So this will affect us a little bit later when we actually look at the forecast model. But what makes this set of services different than all these other services is that it has the legal right and the ability to control, decide, and assess fees. So we can't, for example, we have a pollution control bill. The public all benefits from that bill. But we can't send out a fee to everybody to say, here is your cost, here's your share of the pollution control bill. It's paid for by general taxes. Okay, so these in black, if this money gets smaller and the tax services, the taxes available shrink, then the services that are performed in black have fewer alternatives, and it's mostly kind of narrows down to, can I do it more efficiently, or do I have to get rid of it? You're working with only one side of the equation because it's only cost containment is all that's available for these. The recreation program facilities has more freedom, it has more flexibility, and it has more opportunity to it, because if the tax base shrinks, then we can continue to provide these services if council and the public were willing to raise the fees that are attributable to providing that service. So if this has the opportunity for full cost recovery, these services are either we do them or we don't. There's just not a revenue source other than taxes available to take care of them. Okay, so that was the end of our tax money. So when people think about government, they think my taxes pay for government. So that's all the taxes, and then that would be all the government that there would be if that were the case. But in reality, we have many more functions that occur, and primarily in the planning, building, public works, engineering, street transportation engineering, and parks recreation. And all of those occur because we are allowed to charge fees as a cost of providing those services. It's a fee for service. So that's why, again, when people see the development fees coming in, they may be tempted to say, well, let's use that money and we're all in the general fund, let's use that for police officers. Well, again, when you have a fee by definition, and from a legal basis, you need to use that fee. It's a cost recovery. It's to recover the cost of providing those services. So there's a match there. And so, and likewise with grants. I mean, when you have a grant that's very particular about how you can spend that money and what is an eligible cost. So we have a lot of restrictions in government over our revenues to make sure that they're used the way that the public has voted and allowed them to be used. So development fees are the main source of how planning, building, and public works is funded. They have a little bit of grants. This area also provides all the business license services, so they license the businesses and they follow up when businesses aren't licensed and issues related to business licensing. So we've attributed all the revenue from those fees to this area. And then in these costs, some of these folks do services for outside agencies or other funds in the general fund. And so this is the revenue basically they earn to cover their cost of providing services, not necessarily to the public, but to other entities. And so since their costs are in here, this is their revenue that offsets that. And so these are the franchise fees from the cable and the solid waste. Okay, so that's what, so this doesn't have all the franchise payments, it has all the franchise fees. And so that's about $711,000. So that's basically is the net cost then to running that area and those services. So again, no taxes are used in the performance of this very, very major function of the city. And then here for recreation program and fees, later on we'll go into a little bit more detail, but the forecast as it's built is assumed that over the 5-year time period that recreation programs and fees will be increased in order to reduce that tax usage that we showed on the prior screen. So that's a policy decision.
So I have two questions related to that.
Mhm.
One is, what other cities in our region have 100% cost recovery for these kinds of services? That's number one. And number two, based upon our lower and low-income families, I want to understand what the impacts are for them, and that, I want to see a plan around that.
Okay. Dan?
One thing I just want to point out on the Public Works piece is that this doesn't include the street.
The street
fund.
component.
That's in it. The street component's in the street fund, which is funded largely by fuel tax and the TBD revenue. So that's a separate fund.
And another set of services that are rendered to the public. Yes, so again, this is the general fund services, but this is not all services that the city is providing.
And I'd just like to make one comment regarding Councilmember Bangs. Just to place this in context, this is an approach to create a sustainable budget. However, within that are the policies that council establishes relative to goals and so forth. So it may be that council would like to approach any aspect of this in a different manner, but this is just within an integrated approach to arriving at sustainability, so we can appreciate kind of what the potential trade-offs would be from any given policy.
Thanks, Michael. I just have those two questions, though, that I
Sure.
think are very, very important to answer.
Absolutely, but I think they're within the context of
Correct.
what is the manner that we provide those services.
Right.
Well, and if I could, I think those questions are very important to answer. It also emphasizes the necessity for the Legacy Foundation and so forth, because that is part of the safety net, not all of it, to help when you talk about low-income families and things like that. From the standpoint of the buildings and all that, we own them. Whether they were vacant or in full operation, we still have to take care of them.
Right.
So we have to figure that one out.
Right. And I appreciate that, Matt. I also know that the legacy's been taxed with some other things that have occurred, and they're being requested to pick up where certain other nonprofits are unable to provide the Des Moines City, and I can't specifically think, I think one is the,
Meals on Wheels and the reduced
Yeah, Meals on
transportation
Wheels.
for
so
seniors.
they're trying to fundraise for that now. So we're
Other
taxing
agencies.
even those that are able to support these
Well, and we have to be
programs.
careful, that's a volunteer agency, we don't
Yeah,
want to crush them.
exactly.
And so that also means that we have to have discussions with other organizations as well.
Correct.
I mean, the model's got to change. We can't bear the burden ourselves, so, but I don't want to, but these are essential services. I mean, you got to take care of our seniors, we've got to take care of our youth, we've got to help our families.
Exactly.
And we have done a great job at doing that, but as the landscape continues to change, and I know I'm just stating this for the record more than anything, is that we have to figure out how to constantly reinvent our model to sustain it. The key, though, is through all of this, and I want to remind everybody, I think Danielle's taking us through to create a common understanding, but the key,
Sure.
the key thing is to figure out how to be sustainable, because if we're not sustainable, then all these other things are at risk as well. So but I agree with what you're saying, Councilmember Banks, in that it's not just, I mean, it is sustainability, we have to do that, but, we also have to look at these other programs and see, and look at every opportunity to keep them as whole as possible because we have a community to take care of. That's our charter.
Thanks, Matt. The other question, I don't know if we addressed this or not, I think I recall somewhere in some meeting that we had over the year where we talked about permitting fee increases. Did we talk about that, or
Yeah, we're going
we're
to.
going to go through that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Although now would be okay. So did you want to address that, Dan?
Yeah, over the last year and a half, we had made some adjustments in how we calculated community development fees for planning and building fees, and I'll give a summary presentation of that to the council on September 8th. And the nutshell or the conclusion of that is one of the recommendations that I'll be proposing to Michael moving forward is that on an annual basis, we look at increasing those fees based on a construction cost index or a CPI or some kind of an inflator, so that each year we're ticking up those fees to match inflation or costs. And then periodically review with, kind of compare our fees with what the neighbors are doing to see if we're still in track with what. We don't want to do that process every year because it's pretty labor intensive, but maybe every 4 or 5 years we'd go through that kind of level of scrutiny. But the idea is that we'd tick the fees up incrementally each year with inflation.
One other discussion. We don't have, we have the remnants of an expired franchise agreement with Comcast. It's been, I think it expired 8 or 9 years ago. And I think that when we get to our planning for 2017, we need to make sure that that gets negotiated, a new contract gets negotiated. It's on.
No, I was just pointing to Tim that he may want to have a comment
Okay, and,
or not.
and I don't remember if it was Quest or AT&T. There's a discussion that's coming up in the ad hoc franchise committee
Quest.
meeting, Quest,
CenturyLink.
or Century, whatever they are this year, about providing broadcast-related services, which would not otherwise be subject to some of the regulatory structure we already have in place, but might be under this similar type of oversight that we have for cable, limited though it may be. So we need to figure out what the legal constraints might be on that also, but I think we need to have a new franchise agreement negotiated, and that may impact the future revenue stream related to franchise fees.
I've asked Tim to comment, because the Comcast situation, first of all, it'd be helpful for everybody in the room to understand and watching, to understand the Comcast situation, and then if you could, whatever you're allowed to say at this point about CenturyLink.
Thank you. We actually have an ad hoc franchise committee meeting scheduled for this Thursday. that we're going to update the committee on the CenturyLink proposal.
I think that's on Tuesday.
It got moved.
Thank you for keeping us honest.
We were gonna let you know on Tuesday, Dan. So we do have a proposal from CenturyLink, and that is to provide a Prism cable service. So it would be a competition for Comcast. We do have an expired franchise with Comcast that they are still operating under the terms of that agreement. So they still do pay a 6% franchise fee. And so we will be looking to reopen those negotiations in the future, and hopefully we'll get some direction from the committee on Thursday as to when we do that.
With respect to the Comcast agreement, they're still honoring it even though it's expired.
That's correct.
Is it at its government thresholds?
We're at the maximum that's permitted under federal law.
So
We can't increase the percentage of franchise.
we cannot increase the percentage with it.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted everybody to understand that framework.
So should a decision be made that we go into another direction, are we still relegated to the 6% no matter who we have services from?
Well, this wouldn't be an exclusive
Okay.
agreement.
Okay.
So we would have multiple options. If we have an agreement with CenturyLink, our citizens would be able to decide which cable provider they wanted.
I think the other point we were going to bring up here, Dan, was that the plan does take into account council's decisions from last year, and that affects fees in two ways. One was the Parks and Recreation, which steps up the recreation fees again, and the other is business licenses. So there was a two-step increase outlined in last year's plan, and this one includes that as well. So that is a process that goes through council, and so Dan will be bringing a recommendation forward here shortly because the business license renewal forms start going out in about September.
We are at 10:30.
Right.
Is this a good break point for you?
Yes, let me just, no, this slide is fine. I'm just thinking, let's see, so is that, okay, so if you talk just one or two other items that are related directly to this slide. So Dan, did you talk about bringing, oh yes, you did. Okay, so there's two things. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get reorganized here. So the 2 points here is that development fees are under review, and they will be back for a recommendation to council here in the next couple of months. And the business license fees will also be coming back to council in the next couple of months. And that the increase in the business license fees and the recreation fees are included in the information that we'll be seeing shortly. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, with that, we've hit our 10:30 mark, and we have in the agenda a 15-minute break. So I would ask that everybody be back. It's actually 10:31, so I'm going to cut it to 14 minutes if we could all be back here at 10:45 as best we can. Sorry. Thank you, everybody. And we will continue.
Okay, so we talked about where our taxes went, and then we were talking about how do we deliver the rest of the city services. And so we talked about public planning, building, and public works. And again, as we can look through here, most of their resources are coming from fees for service. And so those fees are limited and directed to performing those services. And then we talked about recreation again, and there's a matching between fees and the cost of performing those services. And so then again, how do we pay, what else do we do, and how do we pay for it? So again, we're talking about the general fund services. And so we also have some central services. We do have the facilities and the buildings, and they need to be maintained, janitorial services, and those kinds of things. So those add up to be just under $400,000. And so how do we pay for that? And the answer is with a bit of difficulty, because we're starting to run out of funding sources now. So we're using our investment interest and our miscellaneous rental income. We're using the rest of the franchise fees that we saw in the those being used to support the planning building department, and those that are not used for that are available then, and that's the primary source of how we're paying for our facility maintenance right now. And so this, by the way, in this 396, that's the general fund's contribution to, for those, the council members, Fund 506. So this is where our set aside for facility repairs, major repairs down the road, when we're trying to do a little bit each year to set aside to pay a big bill in the future, then again, we're being constrained by resources. And basically, it's taken all of the rest of our franchise fees, and like I said, we raised it by, about $40,000, $45,000 this year than we did before. Well, that's kind of contingent on this marina paid parking coming in to be able to even afford to do that. So that's the sources then for our facility maintenance. And then we have basically the rest of our administrative costs. So we talked about administrative costs, and we had allocated those out to public safety. So this is the other half. So how does the other half get paid for? Well, again, we're busy selling our services internally throughout the city, and so some of that's allocated to public safety. The rest is allocated to funds outside the general fund. So we sell our services and support and provide services to like the marina, which is an enterprise fund, and the surface water management fund. And it has its own costs and funding sources and outside fees that pay all of their bills, and we are just become basically one of the bills that those sources have to pay for. Election services are in this category as well, and then we also have community communications and organizational membership. So that, Councilmember Bangs, you were asking about where that came in. So that's kind of here, and basically, so how do we pay for that? Well, not all of these costs are covered by what we charge through to the other departments. So we get about $985,000 to the other funds. And this also includes construction funds, the accounting and the bill paying that we do for construction funds, as well as managing our debt service funds for issuing debt, paying debt, reporting on debt, auditing debt. So those take a lot of finance time as well. And so we charge those funds who have their own funding sources, and that comes back to the general fund to help defray some of these costs. Yes, sir.
So the election services, those don't happen every year, do they? So is that 74,000 just what's needed?
It happens frequently. I'm not sure if there's one every year, but it's pretty close.
There's two components to that cost. Part of that cost is every single year, the city of Des Moines has to pay King County elections to maintain the voter contact information from the city, and that's around $25,000, I think, a year. The additional $50,000 is for the years in which we have something on the ballot, typically council position, or if we put anything else on the ballot.
So it's a variable amount, but we're expecting about $74,000 next year. And so that's being paid for by the state shared revenues. So I just want to make one comment. I don't know, maybe it's too much detail, but so in this 985, what's not in there is basically the cost of providing the finance, technology, and human resources to recreation. So our costs of administration are not included in the recreation costs at this time. The technology piece for planning, building, and public works is actually in a special revenue fund, and they have an extra fee that's actually devoted for their technology enhancement that covers part of this as well. But the cost of us supporting recreation is not in their numbers. And that's, again, because of where they are in the general fund.
So can I ask, when you update these again, if you could bullet those things underneath that you just described were or were not in each of these specific
Categories, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm just not going to remember that. I don't know about anybody else, but, you know, it'd be nice to at
I can
least
provide
have
that
it.
information. Mhm.
Thank you.
I would like to make just one comment on this slide. And in terms of risk factors, we haven't talked much about risk relative to potential revenues. And as Danielle said, we've approached this in a relatively conservative manner. But the state shared revenues are an unknown entity over time based on, you know, will they do more takeaways for their own needs relative to the state fund, or will they continue to share, and at what level? So just that's something we can't quantify because we don't know what the level of risk is, but we're aware that there potentially is some, just as a comment.
So you said that the support costs for finance, technology, human resources isn't reflected in this fund for Parks and Rec? Is that what I understood you to say?
Right, the costs, the costs for providing services to Parks and Recreation is included in this number. It is not included in the Recreation's cost of service numbers at this time. The Recreation cost of service numbers now include all the direct costs of providing program services, as well as the full administrative costs for Patrice and her operating departments are now what's defined as in the Recreation cost of service.
It's already accounted
It's
for.
accounted for in the other.
In their
that was
other
my
budget.
question, where is it accounted for? But it's in the other 284,000?
Patrice's and her departments are, but finances, technology, and HR related to supporting Recreation are not in their numbers. They're sitting right there.
Okay. So in other words, we're not charging them for that support, is that?
That is correct, yes.
And what dollar value does that have?
Oh, I'd have to look it up.
Thank you. I'd like that.
And then on the state shared revenues, does that include taxes, or was that included under the general tax revenues of the city?
Excise liquor is included as a state shared revenue. It's here. It's here. And so because that's not a tax that the city creates, it's a tax that the state creates. The state authorizes that tax, and then they choose how much they want to share with the cities.
After they butchered it and taken the profits away from us, how much is left?
Well, that would be the 504,000. So this is a good news, bad news kind of number.
Full amount?
That's the full amount
I mean,
that we're down to.
only the liquor tax, that's the only shared state revenue we're getting?
No, there's 4 numbers in there. I had them and I took them out. So you've got liquor excise, liquor control board, a city financial assistance, and I think there's one more number in there. And the marijuana tax, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, those were the 4 sources that make up that 504,000. So like I said, this is good news, bad news. The bad and good news is this number used to be millions of dollars, and over time, the state has declined to be so generous, and they have not shared with us what they have traditionally shared at the levels they've shared. So over time, the city of Des Moines has really suffered, as the state has suffered financially. They've held on to their own resources, stopped sharing them with the local governments, and so this number has plummeted over time. So I guess if there's a silver lining at all, is they can't do, there's not much more damage they can do to us here pretty soon.
Well, except $500,000 worth.
Yeah.
It'd be useful to know what the breakdown is for those
Those 4?
revenue sources, particularly the liquor tax, because they came close to trying to backdoor
Take it away.
take it. And if it's a couple $100,000 on a $20 million or $19 million operating budget, that's 1% right there.
Right.
So that could have a big influence on if we're agreeing to additional
Officers.
services, or we're making assumptions about other revenue sources, that could have a big impact.
Yes, the 504 would be meaningful, as basically you're looking at least 4 positions. So if the state took or declined in this next cycle, the state does have some definite budget challenges. And so if they decide to pull back on these revenue sources to solve their own problems, then our sustainability numbers are at risk, and we would have to relook at the budget. So again, we just don't know what the state's going to do. But like I said, the only kind of sad silver lining is that this used to be millions of dollars. And so we are down to this, and if they keep taking away. So anyway, but we're assuming at this point, again, these are fairly conservative numbers. I haven't escalated them at all because I know that they're just, there's a reasonable possibility that they'll decline at some point in the future. We just don't know when. Any other questions on the comments on this slide? Okay, so that's kind of summarizes what we're doing as far as how we're matching our revenues to what services we're providing and why we're constrained in each of those areas and what those constraints are depending on their funding sources. So now we get to what the revenue forecast actually looks like. So this includes our revised 2016. And again, here's that 19,870, that other slide that we were predicting for 2017. Oh, actually, okay, is 19,537. So I guess we were a little higher on our predictions. We were more out looking at like 18s. So this is the status quo financial forecast. So this is what the forecast looks like and before we make any current year changes to it. So this looks much better. If you can remember back to the beginning, a lot of these were red numbers, and they were like red numbers of 1,600,000, 1,700,000, 1,800,000. So with the increase, and again, there hasn't been that many changes to our forecast in the expenditure side. And what made that go away is because of the decisions council made and the revenues that were being, and the revenue programs, new revenue programs put into place. We have fixed the deficits by increasing the revenue side of the equation here. Yes, sir.
Do these numbers include any estimate for revenues coming in from projects that we know are developing but are not yet there?
Okay, so again, so that's development revenues. So development revenues in the near future, the outlying years are definitely returning down to baseline. And actually, we've got a slide on those here shortly.
Well, I was talking about B&O tax, things like that from business occupancy in those areas. I just want to know if
There's
it
been.
would be wise if we left them out. Because
So.
we just don't know what they're going to be yet, but I wanted to know.
So for 17 and a little bit for 18, there is a bump, okay? It's not a specific estimate, it's not a specific calculation based on properties, et cetera, et cetera. I've looked at the historical trend and I've increased it for 17 because I know there's going to be some coming on. But it's only a little bit. So this should be, and then even less in the future years. So the thought is we have the business park coming online. So we don't know when, and we don't know how much those are going to generate. We got all kinds of estimates out there, but to be conservative in our sustainability estimate, the plan is we will include them in this 5-year plan once we see them. Then we'll know they're here, and we'll know how much they are before we make a decision on how we're going to spend that money.
So one comment, for example, the hotel, I think we went through the exercise and identified possibly $80,000 of revenue, structural revenue over time when it's at full operation. And I think a portion of that may have been counted in the out years, but a conservative portion based on not including it until we know precisely what it is and we have some trend or baseline.
So one of the challenges that we've had ever since the so-called streamlined sales tax thing passed down at the legislature is making sure that we're getting the revenues that we're supposed to be getting from our residents and anything that's coming into the city. we ran into an issue where the leasehold tax was being paid to the city as CTAC instead of us, even though the business park is in Des Moines. So what steps are we gonna take to make sure that we're actually getting the revenues that we're supposed to be getting now, let alone whatever these, projected revenues are supposed to be? We need to do something to ensure that we're getting what we're supposed to be getting. And that's another one of those, the assumptions are good, but if it keeps going to Seattle, because the software for retail sales, pulls up 981 and automatically defaults to put Seattle in the city, it doesn't do us any good if Seattle's getting our money. So we need to do something to ensure that all of these revenues are actually something we can rely upon, rather than, as has been happening over the years, them going elsewhere.
Right, and as you identified, there are definitely challenges to try and identify whether a supplier to a contractor has reported the Des Moines piece on their tax return to the right code. We don't audit those folks. But in the case of the leasehold tax, that was a little easier to monitor because we knew that it was ours and we knew we got nothing. And so the difference between nothing and something is a lot easier to identify than do we have a little versus a lot more. So I don't know. Again, we can take a look at what options we might have given our limited auditing resources. We'll just have to talk about that in staff and see what we can do. Dan?
One of the things, excuse me, to get to Councilmember Kaplan's comment, when we issue a building permit, on the face of that permit, we actually put the city's code to help the contractors and subcontractors know and bring attention to the right city code that they should be putting on their tax returns.
I think that's great, and I think that's probably why we've been able to better quantify what comes off of the specific projects that we have. It's the ongoing revenues that's the challenge.
So we do have, once we get up and going in the business park and the B&O, we do have some control over that because we do have our own B&O tax database. So as we do have a loop going right now between the business license folks and finance regarding businesses as they start up. And it's been effective because we've caught some breakdowns in the system and some errors. And so our internal controls are working to identify those problems and then taking steps to correct them. So that is in place. We have caught things, so the controls seem to be working, and so I think we're making pretty good progress on that. And then as we know those businesses open, then I'm also working with our outside consulting auditing firm to make sure they're in the loop and that they're checking and they're auditing. So this is new. We've only had just a few businesses start, and this is a quarterly and annual process. So we'll be working with Microflex to audit those on an ongoing basis to make sure that we're going to be getting what we think we're supposed to be getting. And that may include some discussions. So I think that's something that's going to unfold over 2017. So revenue estimates, again, I would say that these revenue estimates, the development estimates are low. They're set to baseline, and we'll look at development in particular here a little bit more because there's unique things about that. The tax numbers, so the sales tax numbers, the property tax numbers, I'm pushing on baseline. I've got a factor for growth in there that's I think reasonable, but it could be, again, if things take up or take off and growth happens sooner, then we reevaluate this on an annual basis. So it could be higher than that. But I think we're pushing on sales tax pretty good. I think we're pushing on the utility taxes pretty well. I'm not really comfortable raising them any further than what's included in here. But development, I know is going, or my gut tells me it's going to be way low. But again, and so we have, so we have development, regular development lengths, and then we have the one-time. Again, this has no one-time development, and even the baseline development, I think, is conservative. Let's see, so mostly, so this says right now, without any changes, this is kind of what we're looking at. It looks pretty sustainable over the course of time. This is picking up is we have start compounding public safety numbers. So we have one value in here for general employees, and we have another for public safety. Because again, public safety is purely, not purely, is predominantly based on comparables, and they do those on a regular basis and negotiate that. So the other point that I just want to put out is right now, a lot of this future projections is without any employee contracts in place. So we have a lot of 3-year contracts that are ending right now or in the 1 year. So this is assuming that we have a 1% overall growth in employee wages for the non-guild employees. So all I can say is this is good. This is better than what it was last year, because when we did the projection last year, we had in our forecast a 0.75% increase for all employees. And this one has been raised up to 1%. So we are seeing growth, and we're still hopeful then as more growth comes in that we'll actually be able to bump up those wages just a little bit higher. Just as a point of reference, CPI this year was 1.8%, so we're at a 1% level. Okay, so the other thing to notice here would be our ending reserve. So this is our annual change, net income, if you were a business, and net loss. So this is just your annual change. And this is what we're expecting for the reserve. So we have just a little bit over $1 million now, and we're expecting then a lot of one-time development money coming in, and that's bumping us up to that $3 million number. And we're expecting that there is going to be enough development money here to sustain it so that we're not going to have to dip into it for a while. And again, I'll go through the development stuff in a little bit more detail. But the plan does, as status quo, keeps us right around that $3 million number, which is healthy, okay? So we just have to say, this number was 677,000 before. That was not healthy. This is healthy. This is exciting. This is good news. Okay, so this is the general fund. I wanted to show you, as Dan pointed out, what's not in the general fund, but people kind of think about is perhaps might be related to that, which is the street funds. So we have 2 street funds now. One is the operating and maintenance fund, and that one's just chugging along. So this is good. I mean, but I don't want to blow off this one, because I've been in a lot of cities and trying to get this fund to be sustainable is a real big challenge. And the city does do this, and we've done this through the transportation benefit district fees, and also a utility tax. Part of the utility tax was attributed to this fund to keep it healthy. And so that's what we did to keep this one sustainable. And so this one's looking good and not to worry too much about, unless, again, the risk involved in this scenario is that the state legislature decides to restructure and limit the Transportation Benefit District or CARTAB fees. So there is pending request to the legislature to limit and reduce that $40 fee down to perhaps 30 or some other number. And if that does ultimately get passed, then that will affect the city, and we'll have to relook at our assumptions in our plan.
Danielle?
Mm-hmm.
The utility tax that was dedicated for that was solid waste? Is that-
I'd have to look it up again. Again, it's a piece of another increase. I think actually there's 2, I think a little bit of cable and a little bit of, Cecilia, do you know which one's going, which one? It's solid waste and cable?
Cable.
Yeah, so a piece of the solid waste tax and a piece of the cable tax have been set aside to make this happen.
think to be clear, the solid waste tax is because of the weight of the vehicles on the roads. They do the majority of, well, of damage.
That's what ages a road, yes.
So it made sense to do that.
So just one other point, so the TBD revenue in the street fund is about 40% of the revenue. Plus
Total revenue.
About 40%, so let's just keep that into perspective.
And again, major other component is motor vehicle fuel tax, which gets collected and passed through from the state. So, and then this is the really new, exciting fund. I have a sneeze in here. Sneeze, sorry. I'm gonna, okay. I was overwhelmed with excitement. Oh, this is true. So this is, and it is, okay, this is just like, I'm crying with joy. Finally, the city has a sustainable, all caveats in place, a sustainable, ongoing, significant minimum contribution to paving the streets. And so this would go to council and to set priorities as, or to council committee to discuss that. So right now, this year, we have paid for a study to do a condition assessment of our streets that will help us prioritize and make some decisions about which streets are going to get paved first. But Dan, do I dare say the two opportunities here, or do you want me to leave it at that?
As far as the location?
Uh-huh.
Well, just going back to the study, we should have the information back in September, and we plan to make a briefing to PS&T committee in October on the kind of the recommendations of that study. But what you see here in kind of the expenditure piece in 2018, we've been looking at, obviously, 223rd is in a failed condition and needs a lot of work. And so we've got a partnership opportunity potentially with Highline Water District to, they have a water main they're looking to replace. So that's what our target is, at least with this. So the recommendation coming forward would be to hit 223rd relatively soon in the plan, so.
And we think that with this contribution and their contribution, that we got a pretty good shot at repaving the whole thing. So that could be an exciting opportunity. I'll get you a second. And the other thing that is possibly coming up is we've got a grant application in for 216th.
Yes, thank you. So we are 216th from Marine View Drive up to Pack Highway. We've got kind of the third piece that's under construction right now. That'll be substantially complete later this fall. And that'll leave kind of the middle piece from 11th up to about 18th. And we're going after grant funding, and we're hoping that if successful, that this could be our part of our matching contribution to that project. TIB, it's a TIB grant, Transportation Improvement Board. They require about 35% match, and so this might be where we could provide those matching dollars together with some traffic impact fee money for our local match. So it's a strategy going forward, and we'll see where that, how that progresses later this fall. The grant application is due this next Friday, and we find out the week before Thanksgiving if that's successful. If it's not, we'll go after it again next year. One of the things that they're looking for is development-related activity. And so we do have some things we're working on with the Port of Seattle to develop part of their property along with some WashDOT property that's up closer to 18th. So the timing of that will be probably better for next year, but who knows, maybe we'll be lucky this year.
Hey, Dan, on 223rd, what span were you looking at, from 24th all the way to the water, or just Marine View Drive, or?
Depending on the available funds and how we can stretch that together with partnership with Highline Water, we may be able to do the whole thing from 24th all the way down,
Cliff.
possibly to Cliff.
Would that include curb, gutter, and sidewalk?
No, This is strictly a paving over, resurfacing.
Well, so the other question I had was, there are parts of 223rd that are currently glued together. You can see it. What is the life expectancy of that remediation?
We're literally holding it together with bubble gum and duct tape. And it really depends on the winter that we have. If we have a really severe winter with a lot of freeze thaw, the road will, it could be destroyed.
So should we stay on track, in the conversations with Highline and so forth, is this a next year project? Hopefully, I mean, you can't promise, I get it, but I see the look in your eyes.
Well, the plan is to have this be a 2018 project because of the funding.
Let's look at the cash flow here, because we don't want to be entering into contracts before we know or have the cash flow to pay the contract. And so we only have 210,000 projected at the end of this year. Yes, 941 will come in, but it will take all year to come in. So we may need to wait, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but don't transportation projects usually, if you bid them in November, December, January, don't they usually have a better price if you have winter bidding?
So the goal would be to have work on the design work in 2017 so that we could bid it out ideally in November of 2017 or January of 2018. That's where you're going to get the best price and for the work to occur in the late spring
Of 2018.
2018. Now, if we have a situation where the road's damaged because of a harsh winter, then we'll have to figure out how to deal with that in the meantime, so.
I understand, thank you.
Okay, so that's what we're hoping for our street paving program. And again, that's an exciting new addition to the city services lineup. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about the changes. So this again, this is the status quo. This is just kind of rolling everything out. This does include Parks and Rec's fee increase assumptions. It does include the business license increase fee assumptions in here. But there are a few things that are not included in these numbers and that are separated out. So to put those in context, I want to talk a little bit. We're going to be, the next slide has additional police positions included in there, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the org chart for the police department and what it is that we're trying to accomplish here, and what is that definition of sustainable right size. It's not the size that we would wish our police department to be, but this is what the right size that we consider that is what our goal for sustainable right size. And so the police department has been talking about adding positions. And so what are they trying to accomplish here? So this is the patrol operating department. It has a commander section. And then we have 4 teams, and this is because they have 12-hour shifts, so we've got AM, PM, and then we have days of the week. So we have 4 shifts, and each shift is led by a sergeant, and includes on that shift then, currently, the staffing level has generally been 4. And again, we don't always have 4 because of vacations, injuries, and other reasons. We aren't always able to keep 4 on the street at any one time. So the definition that council's been, and the goal that council's been struggling for over the last several years, is we keep including positions in the budget, and then we keep going, there's not enough funding to keep them there, and so then we don't hire them. So we keep putting them in and not hiring them because we've been in this cycle of not having enough funding. So we think here that we do, with the changes of the red light camera money in particular, that this has given us the funding then to be able to add these positions in on a sustainable, ongoing basis. And so this is what we're doing with those positions. This is what we're accomplishing, is we're trying to get 5 in each of these shifts. So right now, as of 15, we have a 5th patrol officer here. In 16's budget, we did authorize, again, another additional patrol position with an effective date of October 1st. And we had a conversation and said, well, that would be the hire date. That's when we could afford to start paying salaries, pending a review of the 2016 activity and this session here today to determine whether we can afford this on a sustainable basis. And so this is staff's review and assessment that, yes, given the red light running program, that these would be sustainable and that there should be no budgetary reason to not go ahead and fill this out. So let me put that in the positive. Then staff is recommending going ahead and hiring in the current year for this 2016 position right here. Furthermore, as we look through the plan, if council adopts the plan or something that's at the same level, then we would be recommending in the 2017 numbers, and the numbers that we're going to look at in a minute, have also added and increased this position and this position, so that by the time we get through 2017, all of these patrol positions will have 5 officers assigned to them. Mr. Mayor.
So just to be clear, Master Sergeant is on the street in a vehicle as well. So that's a total of 6 vehicles on the street all the time when the department is able to get healthy.
Absent injuries or days off, vacations, yes.
Like I said, when the department's able to get healthy, because I know there's some surgeries pending and there's some other things, but staffing at this level, absent the caveats you just explained, we would have 6 vehicles on the street.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Everybody's here.
Chief, can you remind us to, as soon as that patrol officer is hired, that's when their training actually begins, and they're not necessarily on the street, is that correct?
If we have a lateral, once the lateral gets in and has gone through the hiring process, has done all the in-house stuff that doesn't take much time at all, they're doubled up with an officer. The positive part of that is you're bringing an experienced officer. Yeah, they're learning the Des Moines process, but they have experience that we can rely on. So hiring laterals to fill these positions is a primary goal. So once we get them here, we can begin them working.
That also includes qualified applicants, because our department is, like everybody else, having a hard time finding qualified applicants for that too. So, I mean, even though we've approved the position,
That's correct.
the chief, I think, has been having a problem with qualified applicants for that position.
That's a nationwide trend, and that is an absolute nationwide trend. The one problem that goes along with that for our city is people are aware that the city has struggled in the past. So the staff has done a great job of going out and not only recruiting, but our patrol officers actually calling friends, calling other departments that they've worked for in the past, and marketing the department in a positive way. And as Commander Bowl will tell you, his division's handling the background pieces of it. It's working. So we want to maintain that, bring on a few, and hopefully as we begin the initial hires, it creates a synergy. The word gets out that we're actually doing it, and the effect it has in-house is much better that way as far as getting people back on the road, getting people to have some vacation. Some of the vacation banks are so maxed out that we have to lower those, because those are costs to the city in the future. So balancing all that out is what we're after, and right now I think we're headed in the right direction, and this is a great first step.
And I'd just like to add a couple of comments. We've worked very closely with the chief and Commander Bull and Commander Sellers talking about manpower needs for public safety. And I think a couple of the things that are, it's awesome we get to do this, and we absolutely need to. But the other thing is those 2 positions in 2017 would be available as of January 1. So the chief has certainty as to when those could be filled going forward. And then the other thing we've talked about is this is not just like a shot in the dark, and I think that's probably not a great metaphor. But the idea is that, and what we talked about with the chief was the idea of a strategic pathway to achieve the manpower needs of the police department over time. So, and we will work with that in terms of if there was available resources for future FTEs, what would be the best allocation of that resource in the chief's judgment. So I just want to add a couple of things. I mean, we're really, this is something for me to get really excited about, that we're able to do this, we're able to do it with certainty, and we're able to do it with structural revenue. So
I would also, I'm led to believe that due to county issues and so forth, that the interagency transfer potential in 2017 it looks fairly reasonable, whereas for a long time, it didn't look like a reasonable opportunity. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I know what you mean by interagency transfer.
Well, when you talked about laterals, yeah, there are, let's say, other areas that are not working their budgets like this and may actually be reducing staff, which we may be able to.
Correct. We want to be in a position to be able to pick those people up, absolutely. And what we've run into in the past, and, I come in and I know the look on Commander Bull's face when we're chasing a candidate that's just prime, and we walk in and we go, we didn't have the go to get them, so somebody else did. And they're good candidates. So with this plan, we'll be ready to grab those candidates and get them on our streets and help us out that way.
And again, I would suggest that, that there is flexibility with this fund balance that we have. And so we're saying January 1. But if the chief has got 3 candidates in November 1st, I would recommend there's no budgetary reason to wait until January 1. I think that any time between, October and the end of the year, if he's got candidates, then the budget should not be holding back that process.
Well, and for me, barring some sort of economic downturn, the most important part about this is that it's sustainable. That we're paying for the level of officers we have now, and we're able to add the additional ones and be able to do it on a sustainable basis. Obviously, nobody could have foreseen the economic downturn and the loss of the revenue equivalent to what our levy lift revenues were, so we wound up having to lay off, the officers we wound up hiring right, shortly after that. None of you were on council when that decision got made, when we had to actually cut those positions. I said it before, I'll say it again, I don't ever want to be in a position to have to do that. So anything that makes this sustainable on an ongoing basis, and with the overall budget being, at least appearing so far, sustainable, though with a few concerns, in terms of other revenues, and some of the assumptions, I'm very happy that we're able to add the positions, so.
So I agree with you, Dave, as long as it's not pitting one department against another, I'm good with that. I do have a question that is maybe further down the line, but not in the budget process. But when we put the panel together, do we have citizens on that panel to interview police officers?
Civil Service Commission.
The Civil Service Commission oversees the new hire stuff.
Okay.
For laterals, we don't. As I said, Commander Bull oversees the
Yes.
human resource part of our agency.
Yeah, for entry level, we have the Civil Service Commission that goes through, and they actually have community panel members that actually sit on that panel for entry level.
This community?
Yes. For laterals, we do what's called a peer board. Since they have previous experience, we just set up a peer board, which is established of our own personnel, and we do a peer board, and they determine whether or not they think it's going to be a good fit with the department.
Okay, I'll talk to you offline with a couple of things I found out recently, so.
Dan?
Can you go back to the previous slide? And so, and you may have already hit this and I just missed it, but maybe just for summary. So you're talking about from current police officer status, number of employees, the proposal is to bring four additional officers on board.
Three,
We have
okay.
one vacancy, right?
Okay, so for clarity's sake, we need to distinguish between bodies and budgetary positions. Okay? So what I'm showing here are the budgetary positions. So we're talking about, we had this one in place, we had this one authorized, And we're adding 2 more here as part of the 2017 process. So we're adding 2 more positions in 2017. But in the reality, as compared to where we are right now, if I understand the current staffing at the police department, we have 1 vacancy. This one's not filled, and obviously this one's not filled. So what we're talking about doing is, the police chief so nicely put it, is to add 4 new faces to what we're seeing in the police department right now.
Correct. The first hire will be to backfill the vacancy for an officer that lateral to another agency that we've not been able to. So we want to backfill that position. That's position number 1. The 3 others will be new positions.
Right. So does that make sense? So we're talking about 4 people, but we're talking about adding positions over time. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to, before we come to the recommendations, in terms of how we, address needs, which we've talked about somewhat, I just want to make the comment that and it really needs to be emphasized, that we would not be sitting here having the opportunity to look through these potential adds and changes unless the council had taken very aggressive action to increase the structure of our revenue. And so that's the only reason that we're here today. So I just want to make that point. I think there's, as you take those actions, I know that, I can't remember how many times red light cameras went to Public Safety Committee until it was done in exactly the right manner council wanted. You take those actions and then you don't know the outcomes as you're taking the actions. But now we're at the point, these are the projected outcomes from those efforts. And I think council seriously deserves a huge credit for putting us in a position where we can go forward like this.
So I have one question. Danielle, the next set of slides, is it going to take us beyond noon? Because I would not want to break if we're going to start this and then we have to break at noon.
I think we can talk about this. There may be policy things that come up along the way, but this is kind of the meat of the discussion, because this is, unless lunches are here. Are lunches here? They're not here yet. So I think we're okay, because I think we can take this in pieces. And like I said, I'm not quite sure where the conversation will go, but I think we can go ahead and start. Because this is truly, we've been leading up to here. So here we are. This is the forecast. As the city manager was saying, council's actions that they took last year, this is the result. So even without regards to adding anything, that result was necessary, or those actions were necessary to get these results, which is to keep us all here and having this discussion today. So that was the first primary, very important point, as the city manager was pointing out. So this is just the same slide that we saw previously up here. And then these are the additional changes then. So these are kind of the policy questions and just kind of highlighting a few other factors to the estimates, to those baseline kind of status quo estimates. So we have basically 3 sections here. So the first section is talking about those 2017 2 additional positions. So when I talk about 2 FTEs, I'm talking about these 2 positions here, because this one's already up in the baseline and this one's already up in the baseline. So that's why on this slide we're talking and focusing on these 2 positions. So that's what this first section is about. And so this is the approximate cost, operating costs, of bringing on these 2 additional patrol positions. Now is the council raised the concept earlier that, hey, if we have additional positions and additional capacities, might these positions and having these extra people on the street be able to help us focus in some other areas that, again, that are coming up that we haven't had the time to do, such as DUI enforcement. So if we do things like DUI enforcement, then there is a spin-off of fees that are associated through the court process as well, related to those kinds of citations. So having the additional officers on the streets, looking at strategic enforcement activities and emphasis patrols, I guess if I have the terms correct, then we're projecting a side outcome of that would be an additional potential increase in revenues. And so that, again, with those extra positions, and so 17 may be a little tricky because we still have injured people. But the hope and the thought is that as we go over time, we get those injured workers back, officers back on the street again, become back up to full force, and then we can get those emphasis patrols working. And so, and if that's the case, then we're looking that there may be a recovery here that's going to help fund the cost of providing those other services. So that's, again, so we're kind of at a, half, and then it kind of grows to a third over time. So that's what we're talking about here. That's revenues and that's costs. So, the net effect for 17 is going to be a $140,000 draw. And so that's a negative, and that's part of what we're seeing as a negative down here, is because this is not self-sustaining. So holding that thought and say, okay, what else do we have going? Then we're looking at a couple of other things here. I'm going to start with the bottom and go up. So as mentioned earlier in this presentation, as mentioned by the legal department in their Government 101 on Thursday, domestic violence cases are becoming a larger and larger part of the city's caseload. And so there's a real multiplier effect in being able to help the victims and to be able to help move these cases in a compassionate and attentive manner through the court system, if we can add back that domestic violence advocate. And so for $20,000, we'll be able to get at least a 0.4 FTE, and that should help us and help the victims as well move through that process.
The reason I asked staff consider adding this position back after, we cut it a number of years ago. I think we had a full-time one at one time. It got reduced to half-time, and eventually we wound up having to let it go altogether. The amount of time that our legal staff, the police, public defenders wind up having to spend on the same cases over and over and over again because the victims aren't getting the support that they need to ensure that the people who are causing the crime are winding up doing the time. There's a cost to the city of having our resources spent on the same cases. In the same way that the fire department and some others have gone out and tried to look at the frequent flyers in a community to see if there's other resources that can be brought in to lessen the costs and the service calls to those things so that they're freed up to be able to handle other cases. The same thing is true here with the DV advocate. It's a relatively small investment, and I think it's a really important one. I'm willing to bet that in terms of freed up resources for our officers to be able to be spending on some other incident rather than having to go back to the same places, are the hours and hours and hours that our prosecutor and staff and court clerks are having to do on the same cases over and over again is going to free up their productivity and their capacity to actually be able to handle some other things that we've got for them. So I'm happy to see that we're able to hopefully support this. So.
A question for the judge. Is this actually a part-time city employee, or is this a contracted position?
Actually, this is, it would not be appropriate for a domestic violence advocate to be an employee of the court. So I'm going to defer to Mr. George on this issue.
It would be a contract position
Okay.
under the legal department. The domestic violence advocate would work with the prosecutor.
I didn't know how it worked.
I'd like to say one more thing real quick, and I think it may address a couple questions. When we start talking about adding bodies, and we're sustainable in that part, one of the things you also take into consideration as far as revenue in the future is asset forfeiture. One of the things that really hasn't been talked about is periodically the federal government will allow us the opportunity to apply for grants for hiring officers. We have to have those matching funds available to help to pay for the officer in the fourth year. In other words, take over. So that effect allows us a significant benefit into the future. Obviously not right away. We have to show a pattern of sustainability, which is huge. But as we look on into the future, we become more self-sufficient. We have more options for funding outside of the general fund for officers. And that's a position that any chief wants to get to. But the other thing is the more officers you have, the more officers you're able to receive through that grant funding in the future. So it's going to take some time, but it's progress that is going to be great to make now so that in the future we can be even more healthy.
So, thanks, Chief. I just wanted to make one note, and I realize that I've heard this before, where you are, your officers, our officers, are responding to situations that are essentially mental health cases. So I know it's not a function of the city. I just wonder how much more strength we can get from those services that are around our city to, I don't know about respond, but at least be available. I know the fire department sometimes responds, but we have a lot of issues around mental health cases.
That's a great question, and King County has done an outstanding job of supporting us in not only training, but arriving and speaking to our officers and briefing, and being available to take over a situation when we encounter a person in need of services. So the officers not, in the past, would have to spend a lot of time and then looking for a bed, so to speak, or a place to take that person, where now we have a person that will, or a team that will actually respond and do that for us. So that is an effect, and it's been really starting to kick up over the last year and a half with that team actually reaching out to us, asking what they can do for us.
Go ahead. You're on the same topic?
Yes.
Okay.
I was
Mayor Pro
just
Tem.
going to say that another component of that is there are some cases that come before the court, and we don't have the resources here in this court to have a full-blown mental health, rehabilitative court. But we do have a partnership with King County District Court, and so in some instances, we are able to refer defendants, and their entire case goes over and opts into King County Mental Health Court, where there's a lot more resources and they can be tracked appropriately. But it's an ongoing challenge dealing with these folks both on the street and in court due to lack of resources.
So I'll speak to a couple of things, but on the topic what Lisa brought up, the fire department, your fire department, and the Valley Regional Fire Authority, which is Auburn, has gone together and have a community medical team, which is outside of, they're firefighters, but they're funded through King County, and they respond to low acuity type calls. There may be an opportunity to work with King County to perhaps enhance that at some point. And to the chief's point of the grant funding for officers, and we're in a era where some folks were hired in the 70s and early 80s that are retiring, and so there's an opportunity with that funding if you know of retirements where you can, and we've done this on the fire side where we've hired through the grant funding, the 2 or 3 year grants. So it gives you that opportunity so that you don't fall down below your staffing and have that year lag time. So I think you're spot on when you talk about some of the reserves and things to be able to fund that and project those retirements or announced retirements.
For retirements. Yeah, but not for new positions, because then that's where you get into the trouble of not being able to sustain anything additional.
Correct. But what I'm saying is what happens, especially over the next probably 5 to 7 years, and currently you're seeing a huge exodus of people. So if you can get these grants that are funded and they're a 2 or 3 year funding, and as people retire, those are, when that grant is done, they're part of your budgeting process. So it's not additional, but it's a way to project to replace those
As long as
known retirements.
As long, yeah, I was gonna say. as
Yeah,
long
they
as you
have to
know
be known
definitively,
retirements.
Because if not, all you're doing is you're adding
Well,
another
yeah.
unfunded man. or
Absolutely,
another unfunded-
absolutely. I'm just talking about
unsustainable.
covering that lag time between, so,
the
and those
planned
are,
retirement.
those are the planned retirements.
I'd like to just add one comment to actually dovetail off several folks here as it's kind of moved around the room. You know, Councilmember Kaplan, I think it's wise. I think your request makes sense on that $20,000. Because I have a suspicion, and I have to look at Commander Bowles and our chief. I don't know how many times we return to the same location, and first and foremost, we're concerned about the safety of the individuals at that location. But I'm also concerned about how often we are taking our officers out of their, out of circulation to go address that situation repeatedly. And I am concerned about the staff here, back at City Hall, but I'm talking about boots on the street every night, every day. How many times are we bringing our officers back to the same location to deal with the same issue and possibly cart somebody, off to jail? And that takes our officer out of circulation that night while we have other issues going on. So I don't want to minimize that the issue, but that $20,000, this may not be a popular way to describe it, is a workforce multiplier in the way I see it.
Yeah, the other piece of it is, you can ask, well, the chief and the commander can speak to it better than I can, but the domestic violence calls are some of the more dangerous calls for the officers to have to respond to. So in terms of being able to put somebody away, instead of them having to be in the middle of the same people with the same issues over and over and over again, is for the benefit of their safety as well.
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely.
Just-
Go ahead, please.
No, just briefly, and Chief can clarify, but when you have a domestic violence call, you need 2 officers attending that call. So that takes 2 officers off the street, precisely because of the danger, but also because the nature of those calls, you literally need a witness or an attending person there to observe. I mean, if that's fairly stated.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Yet there's multiple factors going on a DV call. You have family, you have need for services now, social services that need to be brought in, quite possibly to deal with the children, to deal with whatever the effect is. The bottom line, without that advocate, it doesn't help us, it doesn't help courts, it doesn't help legal. We have to ensure the safety of that victim. We have to ensure treatment of the abuser if it's something that they need treatment for, but the bottom line is safety. And these are, in fact, some of the most deadly calls you can have. And it's just absolutely uncalled for that we do not have services for those victims or to help those victims remain confident so they can come forth and into the prosecution. So we can see the whole case through. Because what happens, it emboldens the victim, the suspect, when they're just going through a revolving door, especially when there's mental health issues involved, substance abuse issues involved, and we need something to combat that.
So is it also accurate that, not a majority, but maybe a lot of those calls that you go to, the victim may determine after whatever's occurred, they refuse to press charges? And so there's your revolving over and over again, which is what's needed for, your mental health supporters.
Well, that's something we definitely deal with a lot. Once the case is referred to the prosecutor's office, we file charges. So we'll get phone calls saying, I don't want to press charges. It's out of their hands at that point. We will proceed with the case. But the problem is we reach out initially after the arrest, and we make contact. We explain the process. But then we don't have the resources to continually reach out. And it generally takes about 4 months before we go to trial on a case. So between that initial date and the 4-month trial date, we have a lot of victims who don't want to cooperate anymore for a number of reasons, or we lose track of them, they move, we can't get a hold of them. So that hurts our success rate. And under the Constitution, we have to have, under the confrontation clause, if we can't just have an officer testify as to what the victim said. We need them there. And so if we don't have them, we end up dismissing the case. So it definitely hurts our success rate. And this is, in domestic violence cases, it usually happens behind closed doors without an officer witnessing it, so.
Okay, good discussion. Anybody else? Okay. Yeah,
Do you have any other points that you wanted to make? That was all of yours?
no, I think
Okay, well, we got 4 minutes, and we got one more thing probably that we can talk about then. So that's the $20,000 number. And the other, again, is back in the court system. And if you all watched your Government 101 on Thursday night, then there was a great explanation of the duties, responsibilities, and services provided by the probation officer. And again, we're looking at a modest increase in hours for that position to help more people more of the time, because the caseload just keeps increasing. And so this is going to be taking that probation officer from a 0.6 to a 0.7 FTE. That provides more authorized hours, and it's at a nominal cost. Is it here, lunch? Okay, so, okay.
With that 0.6 FTE, as a probation officer, what type of overtime is she working to complete the tasks that she needs to with her job, and how much of that $8,000 will cover that overtime that she's got on her plate?
There is no overtime. She manages to handle her cases, but, frankly, she is more or less available 24/7. So she is doing work outside of regular work hours that she tries to track, but given the nature of her job, it may be responding to a call or an email here and there. So, this is one of those things, and I think that the council saw the other night when she made her presentation, that her job is challenging for a number of reasons. The court, in proposing its own budget, was trying to be conservative and certainly mindful of the budgetary constraints. But, frankly, this is a position that I do have some concern about, just in terms of her capacity, especially with the additional officers coming on board, to manage all the cases that we're asking her to manage, and to manage those in a way where we're going to continue to see a reduced recidivism rate. One of the things that we are going to do is try to relieve her of some of the administrative tasks that are part and parcel of her job. We are going to designate 8 hours a week to one of our clerks who will provide administrative support to her. So that's one way that we're trying to kind of be creative, keep costs down, and still meet our needs. Having said that, the modest increase in her hours that we are requesting, we're going to try to work with that. If frankly, I'd love to see 32 hours a week. That would give her 4 full days and give her the opportunity to meet with more clients on a more regular basis. But at this point, this is what we're recommending. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that the council may have.
Vic and then Melissa.
So she's a part-time employee currently, right? Is she a salaried employee, or is she a hourly employee?
She's an hourly employee.
Yes, that's right. She's an hourly employee. Right. So she
And-
just started in 2015, and we didn't have any increase in her hours in 2016. I think she remained at 24. And part of that was wanting to sort of look at the trends and see exactly what her caseload was going to be. So yeah, 24 hours a week and hourly.
And so does she not work overtime, or is she working and not being compensated? Because I have some concerns about that.
She manages her hours in order to accommodate everything. I'd have to talk to her more about that in terms of exactly how she accounts for that. I believe that she builds some of that into her schedule. So what that means is that there are instances where she, and I think she mentioned this the other night, she's not meeting with clients. She doesn't have as many openings to meet with clients because she's having to catch up on other things. And so she tries to be very efficient about her time.
And does she have the ability to flex her time or adjust her work hour schedule so she could work 4 hours today and 7 hours tomorrow, or?
To a certain extent, she needs to be here in order to meet with clients face-to-face, and then I also, her presence is required in court so that when we have revocation hearings, she's there to testify regarding the alleged violations. And so her time is pretty well structured in terms of where she needs to be when and the services that she can offer.
Okay. So I think we should make sure that we're compliant with the FSLA laws with her.
Absolutely. And I'll talk to her about that. And Jennifer, my court administrator, couldn't be here today. And she can answer some of these questions probably a little better than I can, but I appreciate that.
Okay.
Well, and my concern is looking at this, and I don't know what other jurisdictions do, if a probation officer's position can be made a salaried position. Again, looking at the fact, I think she said she had 500 open case matters that she's managing currently. Together with a domestic violent advocate and additional officers on the street, I see this probation officer's position, I don't know what it would look like to the budget if it was a full-time salaried position, but I think she would definitely have plenty to do, especially I think you were saying she's also serving to support or to represent the city at some of the organizations around probation officers and
the District and Municipal Court Judges Association and Misdemeanor Probations Association. So she's very active and in the criminal justice community and always looking for ways to effectively serve the defendants, but always mindful of cost as well, so.
A conversation I had with the judges, we were eating donuts, was, the 8-hour shift of the administrative help going to the new clerk that had been hired to oversee the traffic cameras, but we don't know what that workload is actually even going to be yet. And so I think maybe if we leave Melissa's tasks as they're assigned currently, but then give her extra time so that if, or somehow arrange her employment where if she does get a 2 a.m. call because one of her cases is done something or she needs to be made aware of something, then, we're not running those risks of putting her at an inappropriate burden.
We're running out of compliance.
Right, and so I'd be curious to see what the dollars would look like in the budget if that.
In the short answer, this, the judge and Jennifer, the court administrator, and I sat down and talked about this position, and the question was 35 hours a week, 0.7 FTE, what makes sense, what do we do? So to answer your question is, once we get over the 0.7 FTE, that is a fully benefited position, and so you're looking at double that. So it'd go from 45, I guess we don't have that number in there.
That was why I was asking what.
Yeah, it's about 45 to 50,000. Yeah, it's about ballpark, I think, 45 to 50,000. The other thought and concern, I think, for 2017, so it may morph over time, but I think the request at 2017, the decision was made that this might be the most appropriate level for this year, and again, it may come back next year. But I believe the individual's also not interested in working 40 hours a week.
Okay.
So I think there's a combination of factors at play that come into 2017, but I think, you may be right, it may be back in 18.
Well, I think this is the right time anyway to ask the question.
Mhm.
Because we're at openers right now, and this is the right time to ask the question. Councilmember Bangs, you had a question?
I was just going to tag on to Melissa. It could also be 2 part-time. It doesn't necessarily have to be 1 full-time, so that you've got whatever you need to, handle the week or yeah. Now, my question is, are the probation officer and DV advocate strictly supporting Des Moines or other cities as well?
So the probation officer is supporting the Normandy Park cases as well. The court assesses probation fees where appropriate. And 100% of those fees come to Des Moines. So although we are providing services to Normandy Park, we are collecting fees to support that position.
Thank you.
Normandy Park contracts with Des Moines to provide prosecution services as well. This, we don't have an agreement to provide domestic violence services, so we can potentially reach out to Normandy Park if this position is approved, to take on a percentage of that 20,000. So there, it might be less than that.
Now that they passed their property tax increase?
Okay. I'm not sure where we're at. Has everybody who's wanted Annie in on this been there? Okay, I'm going to give a quick look back to Bonnie, or should we recess? Okay. It looks like we're at a point of recess. Our schedule, we're starting a few minutes late, but our schedule only allows us 30 minutes. So 30 minutes, folks. It's currently about 5 after 12, so we'll reconvene at 12:35. I'm going to bring us back, and since we don't have a bookmark, I'm just going to look back at Danielle and say, why don't you pick up where we left off?
Okay, then where we left off, got a mouse here, is we talked about the police positions, and we talked about adding some domestic violence advocate position and increasing the hours for the probation officer position. So in order to become sustainable, as we said, if we're adding things, we've got to find a way to save on costs. So this was created before the appointment of the city manager.
Before we get started on this, we had a conversation with the judge at lunch, and she has a clarification on my question in terms of whether we were compliant with federal law. So I'd like for her to clarify that for us.
Thank you.
I apologize for my inartful response. It did not in any way mean to imply that we were not compliant. We are, in fact. My hesitation was I wasn't quite sure how she accounted for her hours. I took the opportunity at the break to speak with my court administrator who facilitates payroll and timesheets, and also talked to my probation officer, both of whom assured me that she has core hours, and any time that she spends outside of those core hours taking care of things, responding to emails or phone calls, she accounts for that time by flexing her time during the week. So all of her time is accounted for, and she is paid for all those hours. So didn't want to leave that hanging out there.
Another point of clarification.
Yes.
You said you spoke with your probation officer. Can we be clear that our Des Moines judge does not have a probation officer that?
Yeah, what were you, in other words, what were you in for?
That makes two inartful responses, and counting. The afternoon is young, so. No, thank you for allowing me to clarify that.
It's the weekend. You're supposed to be able to rejuvenate now.
That's right, Thank you.
Any other points of clarification? Seeing none, we'll go back to Danielle.
Okay, that's okay. You bring a little levity to a subject. Okay, so we were talking about the police positions. We've talked about the domestic violence position, the probation officer position. So if we're having a deficit created here, we're using additional resources here, how are we going to make that all work and sustainable? So as the city manager mentioned, the budget workshop, which discusses the forecast today, is the first kind of council step in a longer process. And it's also the first step in us, as we'll talk later, preparing the 2017 budget. Having said that, the assumptions to make this sustainable was that we were looking at kind of freezing or keeping in place the operating situation that we've used for most of 2016, when the city manager's executive administrative support person moved on to another job, I think about February of this year, that the police secretary position was kind of split, and basically that person was working part-time at the police department and part-time supporting the city manager's office. So again, the thought was that with the pending retirement of the city manager, vacancies such as these were going to be left open, and when the hiring of the new city manager occurred, we would look at kind of, what is the organizational structure that the new person was going to be responsible for. And so right now, we have these positions are, like I said, just kind of memorializes and says that that's going to continue on in a status quo. By splitting that position, that saves us about $90,000 a year. As I think was discussed earlier with the Economic Development Director position and with the person who's in there being appointed to city manager, we now have a couple of vacancies that we need to look at. And so there is going to have to be further discussion about how to reorganize or how to restructure. And now that we have a new city manager in place, we have somebody who can make those decisions. And so those decisions will likely be made between now and October when the city manager has to present his version of the 2017 budget. And then there'll be further council discussion from there. So right now, it's assuming that there is a one position FTE reduction from what we have in the budgeted positions. This is just kind of reflects actual bodies, but from the budgeted positions, it would reflect one FTE reduction. And in doing so, then this is kind of our annual impact. So we're not breaking even. We are drawing down upon fund balance for these 2 years. And then in these years, but we're back in the green here means that we are to the positive, that we're sustainable, okay, which takes us to kind of that third level of positions, which is called a decrease in positions for engineering, planning, building. So basically your development services positions. So these are scheduled in 19, 20, and 21, and they're there because of the conservative assumptions that I have on the revenue side, and we're going to talk about that in just a little bit more. I've got some slides to kind of explain that a little bit better. But in essence, what that means is...
Finish your thought.
Oh, okay. In essence, what this means is the concept is as the revenues slow down, then the need for the level of personnel that we have would decrease, because right now in 16, 17, and 18, we're at, kind of an all-time peak record of money coming in the door for development services to be rendered. And as we spoke earlier, the money that comes in 16 basically we'll spend some of it in 16, and we'll spend some of it in 17, and we'll probably spend some of it in 18 before we get that work taken care of. So again, to recap, these future years don't have, it assumes the development activity falls off. So if the development revenue falls off, then there would be a reduction in positions called for in the future as well. So basically this number was derived from the cost of adding those new positions in 15 that we added to deal with this more immediate peak in activities. So that's kind of the assumption that was used. And so that's how we're coming back here to kind of that positive value. So if the revenues are sustained, then we would not reduce these positions. Okay, questions?
This is just a point of clarification, since we made sure we tasked the judge with it. I want to make sure that your wording for appointed city manager is not necessarily accurate. We did not appoint a city manager. We are offering the position too.
Thank you.
Just for the public. Just saying, not appointed.
Then I had Rob, and then I have Jeremy.
Yeah, so Dan, on the projection, as far as possibly decreasing in positions, is that just because we are close to being built out and there's not much development opportunity? to
No.
your approach?
No. And if you wait a couple of slides, you'll see,
Okay.
we'll look at some of the projections. And so this is the conservative approach to looking at the revenue in those years. I don't think we'll actually get to this because I think the revenue will actually be higher. But we'll see that in a couple of slides.
Councilmember Nunn?
So my question is if I heard you right, I didn't quite follow along as well. The 2 halftime FTEs means a loss of 1
As a-
FTE
Yes.
somewhere else? And
Well, what's happened is, you can look at it a couple different ways. So if you look at from budgeted positions, we have a police secretary position, and we have a city manager administrative support position. So those are the 2 positions. Okay, the city manager position, executive assistant position, was vacated in February. Okay, so we used the person who was in the secretary position to work half-time, essentially, in the city manager's office. So there's kind of a reduction of half-time services to the police department and a half-time to the city manager's office. That's what we've been doing so far in 16.
so the shared cost, right. And so then Ellie would go back to doing her job? And
Well-
then there'd be 2 halftime employees hired?
That's a detail and a reorganizational thing that we just still need to work out. Because now when you say Ellie, now you're talking about a person rather than a structure. And so those are details, and there's many options that still need to be discussed.
Knowing.
Right. So in this position, we're talking about eliminating one position, and here, it just says it's a secretarial position. So this is just a budgeting overview. It's not really, we don't have a defined detail plan worked out at the moment because this is of the potential ability to reorganize, given the pending city manager, that we have to make those decisions.
Just to let you know, it hasn't been 0.5, 0.5. It's
Yeah.
actually, we had we had that position most of the time. Just for clarification, we had that position at the PD staff most of the time. That position serves 3 command staff and a couple of other services. So that's something that is we've talked about with Michael and Danielle. We'll address after how we're going to get to that point. But it is something that has been more of a 65, 70%.
So kind of a 70-30 split, oh, yeah.
And also, so actually that split worked out that way because the chief has a gun. So we were happy to get her for any time. But one of the things that this budget does not, I think, to kind of amplify what Danielle mentioned, I mean, there are definitely some potential reorganizing efficiencies that we can realize. But it's got to take a look at multiple type of tasks and functions. And we anticipate doing that. As we said, we were anticipating a new city manager. We're going to kind of leave those decisions. So to some degree, what you're looking at is closer to resembling status quo relative to the financing and budgeting. But we anticipate before this budget is finalized that there will be recommendations for some reorgs that will be, I think, positive. And I would not anticipate there's anything to do with cuts to positions, but there may be efficiencies in how positions are assigned and ways we can do things.
Just have a couple quick ones.
Mhm.
So we're working through best thinking right now, but at the end of September, we will, or probably into October, we will actually have a more clear picture based on a number of factors coming forward. Is that correct?
In October, I think I have a slide here that has the exact date. The city manager by law needs to publish his requested or preliminary city manager budget. And so I would hope that by that time, some of those discussions are there and we'll be costing out a recommended approach for which council can then consider.
But in actual receipts and expenses, we'll know a little better because some of the things we've talked about will have come online, maybe have contributed a little bit, That?
I'm thinking that there's not going to, I update this every month. As we get new monthly information, I take a look at that revised and I review this. I suspect that we're really not getting meaningful information. We may not get it until we get to the very end of October with our property tax. We'll get a property tax number, and I confirm that one up. But it's not likely that we'll have any significant information from the Marina paid parking by then, nor will we have significant information about the red light program, because that program is going to be phased in over 3 months, with October being the first location, then November, and then December. And sounds like we're on track for that, but that's really kind of our best scenario. So by the time we come back in October, we may have a couple of weeks, but by the time we get it remitted, we're not going to really have any significant updated information from the new programs yet. So we're going to be having to pass this budget with our best estimates.
Okay, and then the other question I had is, you're showing in 2017 and 2018 a modest negative, and I say modest only when compared to the overall budget.
Or past budgets.
Yeah, okay. Compared to past budgets, it's significantly different. But when I look at that, and in earlier slides, we had an overall general fund balance. Was this number already removed from that overall general fund balance in those other slides?
That will be the very next slide that I have to show.
Okay, well, there's your segue.
Okay. So again, we're going to come back and we're going to talk, we got one more slide. It's going to show us about fund balance, and then we're going to talk a little bit more detail about the development revenues and the parks revenues, and then we're going to wrap it all up. So here is basically the same slide that starts at the top. Here is the numbers that the mayor was just referring to. And then here is the ending reserves number here that we were looking at on the other slide. And this is how we get there. So we've been talking about a sustainability amount. We've been looking at our revenues and expenditures over this time frame and what's causing those changes. This, like I said, this was the number after the position changes include the 3 new officers. And so what it means here is that we also have some one-time requests. And so we don't have ongoing funds basically to deal with those one-time requests. So those one-time requests will be coming out of fund balance, which is an appropriate use of fund balance, and especially, again, when we're in the $3 million range. Then this keeps us right kind of in that $3 million range. So in 2016, I'm going to hold off and come back to that one. Let's go to 2017. So in 2017, as we bring new officers on, we're looking at bringing on, the equipment. They need the guns, the vests, those kinds of things, excuse me, to outfit 2 additional police officers. The court has looked for a software upgrade. Given the volume of activity that they're facing, we're looking for software efficiencies whenever we can get them. The PD is also looking for document management software to help them be efficient and good use of their time. The Facilities Department has asked for a Genie Lift platform. And these here, okay, so this one addresses the issue around improved communications. So this is another, could be somewhat placeholder, could be part of the reorganization that we talked about. Because again, we're looking to the city manager to provide leadership in figuring out how we can deliver enhanced communication services. So in this model, what it's talking about is adding a contracted position for that expertise for a period of 3 years, maybe just to implement and start a program and get it going, up and running, and then maybe staff can absorb it from there. Or maybe this goes away and gets absorbed into, the other position, and maybe we have an internal position. So those decisions have not been made yet, but the commitment in the budget is that we do have money devoted to the purpose of getting that program installed, up and going. Then this one here is a legislative affairs contract. This is a 2-year contract to hire someone to advocate on the city's behalf, particularly for the North Bulkhead project. We're looking at trying to get grants funding. If you remember way back when we were talking about our capital improvement plan, the city is busy trying to accumulate funds on our own so that we will have a matching amount available when and if we can get a partner that would add a grant, assuming they're not going to pay for the whole thing, that we would have money accumulated to pay our share. So this money is to try and get us that multi-million-dollar appropriation from the state legislature's capital budget.
So Danielle, two things. One, under the software upgrade, realizing that's specific to the court, you and I had a discussion on the fact that the Parks Rec software system will not be supported at, I believe, end of this year?
December 2018?
Yeah, so where is, maybe it's another slide, where is that software?
We're looking, depending on what the outcome of that, we're in an RFP process for that software right now. I believe that RFP has been published and we're awaiting the results. That's where we are at the moment. The funding for that project currently resides in the Technology Replacement Fund. And so we have a financial software project out there, of which we have broadened that discussion to include the Parks and Recreation software system as well. So that will be the funding source for that. And depending on if it becomes a cloud-based per transaction fee versus the older traditional model of buying and holding a software. So we haven't gotten to that choice yet. So once the RFP comes back and the software is selected, it may be that the operating costs for the use of that new software, if it is a per transaction, that would be in addition to what we're seeing here.
So that would be you, the IT person, and the Parks and Rec director that are reviewing those RFPs?
Yes, it takes 3 departments to acquire, install, and implement the new software.
Does, and in that RFP, is cloud-based software being looked at? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
And is it also going to alleviate the issue that the transaction with the credit cards they're having issues with, and the fact that you can't register for park stuff online?
Yes. So online registration is a functionality included in the RFP
And we're hoping to have that implemented when?
sometime next year.
Your point raises a flag with me with the, when you start handling credit cards, the payment card industry rules coming, so I'm sure this is the appropriate. Well, it's not just merchant fees, I'm talking about.
PCI compliance.
PCI compliance comes into play, and it's significant, and I can tell you firsthand, the cost of being compliant, if you are actually the one responsible, is
Right.
quite high.
Right. There's many delivery models where we maybe host the software but have the transaction processing done by a PCI compliant third party. The city would not take on the responsibility. In any case, we would find a different solution because of the high legal requirements.
And to speak to the transaction fees, sorry, Mayor, to interrupt, a software base where you can register online, your transaction fees would actually go down.
Oh, I
And
get that.
the double,
And I'm in favor of that. I'm just saying that
and the double work that's being done with the transaction right now is significantly going to reduce the amount of time staff spends on it.
I'm absolutely in favor of that. I'm just saying that the compliance piece could more than consume the benefit if, and so what Danielle has said is there are structures you can put in place where the compliance piece doesn't live with you.
Right.
And it absolutely, given a city of our size or an operation of our size, we can't afford it. The other thing is that with respect to the legislative affairs, one of the things that, a couple things I want to make sure we highlight is that, yes, the bulkhead grant that you mentioned is in play, but we are also working to get some kind of help with the DNR lease. And we have partnered with our legislators to move forward on that. So again, that's a key piece, and that's worth $105,000 to the city on an annual basis and may even be worth more because DNR sets the rate. Of course, the bulkhead, we absolutely can't afford for that not to happen. And then we talked about law enforcement and being able to communicate with those cities around us and entities around us where we share support on borders. And we have talked with our legislators about the desire for some kind of legislation that would help smaller agencies be able to afford the equipment so that we could crosstalk and, again, ensure that both sides go home at night safely or in the morning safely whenever their shift ends by being able to cooperate better. So there are 3 topics I can think of. There may be others, and that's why that legislative affairs contract is up there. And the value of the payback on that would be significant if we were successful. Thank you.
The other, so mostly we're talking about the general fund today, but I didn't want to lose visibility to council as to what the other funds' one-time requests are. So these are not being paid by the general fund, but there are 4 other capital-type requests. So the streets, well, okay, one-time requests, so we'll call them that. So in the streets fund, the city is looking for an ADA, American Disability Act transition plan. So this is a federal plan that the city's required to have in order to put ADA compliance into place throughout city infrastructure. So this often takes place, things like the corners of sidewalks and intersections. It may be things like the beeping noises at intersections for folks that have a sight disability or challenge.
So is that, are there any grants available to get that review and plan done? Or do we have to fund that as a city ourselves?
I'm not aware of any grants that would pay for this. Doesn't mean that they're not out there or that they may not become available. We're always looking for those kind of things. And if we find something, we'll certainly go after it. But I'm not aware of any right now. The thing that we're doing specifically with this is trying to build on the work that other cities have already implemented these plans, have completed. So not stealing or plagiarizing, but borrowing and improving, yes.
We are efficiently sharing and communicating. The next one is also in the streets fund, and that's for a street standards update. So that's $25,000 consulting fee. On the marina, excuse me, on the north dock, they're looking at replacing the conduit in the guest area there. And also another major maintenance area for the marina is their fuel system containment hoses, which have become damaged. Excuse me. So any other questions on the use of one time?
Is there a reason they're showing up here as opposed to a request against the one-time monies?
Yes, because these are the other funds, and so they have their own source of funding for their one-time stuff. So this does not require general fund one-time money. This is, so the marina, for example, these are major maintenance items, they're just a little bit of the threshold of just kind of ongoing stuff. So the marina fees would actually be paying for these.
So when we see the review for the streets and the marina, these will show up there?
There is no marina division, and we already looked at the streets. So marina is not here today as part of this discussion. And so that's why I brought it here, is so that you would be able to see those.
So it's just to make us aware of something that's related to the other funds?
Yes. And again, because they're one-time in nature, these are the unusual things, these are the special and additional things that are just not the annual, ongoing, regular budgeted baseline stuff.
So then just to confirm, are they included as part of those funds' budgets or not?
Yes, they are part of the other funds' budgets. That is correct. Okay, then if we understand the one-time choices and we understand the ending reserves, I want to come back to this item right here, which is the 2016 furloughs. So the furloughs, going back, if we were to go all the way back forward in our presentation, doing $265,000 worth of furloughs was one of the actions that council took and a decision they made very late last year in the 2016 budget process. That furloughs were one tool of many used to correct the financial direction that the city was taking. And so the difference between furloughs and layoffs are both ways to contain costs, and that's where the furlough discussion came up. It was how do we contain and reduce costs, because we also know that we're going to have to increase revenues. Let's start with our cost side first. And so council looked at this, and again, the difference for a furlough is really that's more of a one-time solution. You're reducing hours that employees work, it's reducing the pay that employees get, and it's spreading the pain across the employee base. Okay, and so the use of this is good, or I don't know the right word. It's a match. Hey, a practical what?
Practical short-term.
Okay, it's a practical short-term strategy to use a furlough. So it's related because you're trying to get there, because it's short-term, that means the effect is going to be on your fund balance. So the purpose or the result of using a short-term strategy like that is to rebuild your fund balance. Okay, and so the fund balance that we were looking at in staff and council last year was not $3 million. Okay, we were looking at that, going bankruptcy, and then how do we go back from there? So this was one of many tools. Well, now looking at it, as life is carried out, as things have occurred, and development revenues have unfolded, we were really in that cash flow crunch last year. We saw those 3 or 4 months with negative cash flow. So fund balance was a critical element of managing or coming up with a financial plan. Well, now, because we have received a large amount of one-time development money, so even though we're going to use it in future years, the fact is we have it in the bank right now. So that has taken care of the liquidity crisis, we'll call it. Okay, because the liquidity means you don't have enough cash to pay your bills as they come due. So we now have in the bank, it's actually very close to $3 million, and it's going to go down and it's going to go up again when we get taxes. But we're expecting it to be $3 million. So, and because it is one-time money, we still need to pay attention. That's not an end-all by itself. But given this 5-year forecast and given the sustainability of that fund balance, then the furloughs for the rest of the year are really not a financial tool that needs to continue, okay? Because we had some other factor come in, being the one-time development money, to solve the problem. So the recommendation to council, or the request to council, is that the furloughs be discontinued from here on out. And
I strongly support that. I think our employees have stepped up and helped us out when we've needed it, with it knowing that we're headed to a sustainable pattern. The only caveat I have is this: all of the employee groups that are supposed to have been subject to this thing are going to have to be made, have their contributions made equal. So for those whose were delayed or whatever, they're going to still have to have the furloughs, as far as I'm concerned, so that it's fair to all of the employee groups that will have made that sacrifice on behalf of the city.
so some of these employee groups had to have the furloughs negotiated, which means they started a little bit later. And so similarly, we will need to negotiate the termination of those. And in that discussion, we will, we will be including the some number of days. And so, and it will take, like it took time to set it up, it's going to take time to end it for some of those groups. And so the goal would be that they end up with the exact same number of days.
Oh, you turn the mic on, go ahead.
Did I hear you correct, Danielle? Furloughs potentially could just go away immediately or for the last quarter of this year?
Well, the recommendation here is that the need that caused the furloughs has been resolved in another manner, and that our recommendation for the general employee group, for example, that their August furlough that we just had would be their last one. So it would actually, that they would not experience a September one either, so it would be more than a quarter.
Councilmember Banks.
Is this 106,000 identified in the 3,012,000, or that's not in the 3,012,000 at all? It's not a,
It is identified as a, that's going to reduce,
will it reduce or increase the 3 million?
it's included in that number, and
Oh,
this
it
number
is.
has already been reduced by that amount.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other council members?
So, and as far as procedurally, if that's the recommendation, would it be appropriate now to have staff engage in the negotiations to remove furloughs?
Well,
Because this is a study session, yeah, so this would be, and I'd like to have that put on our
if the general direction
agenda.
of the council is to, that they would be in favor of something like this, it would be wise to, articulate this, so the staff can start to work on what that would look like and come back to us with a solid number.
As Dave and Jeremy indicated, it's taking into account those that negotiated later. So we wanted to see both of those.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it sounds to me like the council wants to ensure equity and fairness, and then, City Manager, Michael?
Yeah, just to reaffirm, before council members brought the issue up. So we've already started internal discussions to the effect that there's an even playing field in how this is done, and that, every bargaining group will serve the same number of days of the furloughs.
So I guess if I were, as I'm hearing from my colleagues here, really what we would like to hear, and I don't know if it's possible to get this on September 8th, status of where we are, and so we can clearly understand the opportunity. It does sound like in general.
The attorney has.
I will. It does sound like in general, there is the desire to move forward with this. So if you could see that that's brought to council, in September?
Yeah. My only concern is the timing, because what's the day of?
Is that too soon?
No, it's the furlough would have already occurred.
Too late.
It's too late. It's too late.
Well, we have a meeting next week.
Well, the furloughs were initiated by resolution of the city council.
Right.
So in order to rescind them, we would need a resolution. We can discuss we can't add that resolution to the meeting.
Right, because we've already published the agenda.
Yeah, and our packets are already done, but we could look at something, because the furlough date is, there's not an additional meeting in August or September until after the first furlough date. So we can look at something where we would maybe have a motion at the council meeting on Thursday to prepare an ordinance or a resolution to suspend them, and to include in that suspending the first date of September. And then we could basically ratify that at your first council meeting in September.
So basically, this would affect the last quarter. It wouldn't go into effect right away.
Well, it could, I believe it could. I mean, we
The
could
last
have
quarter
it
starts in
include
October.
September.
Okay, hang on.
And that would be for the general employees, the employees that haven't caught all the way up and need to be.
Tim Marine has something
I have a question for the department heads. If all staff were expecting to have that first Friday in September off, will you have a minimum staffing problem that day?
Okay, before you go forward, can you repeat the question, because you're close to a microphone? Yeah, well, actually,
The question was if staff has already counted or planned their life around the rest of the year, that they were going to have those Fridays off. Some may have already committed to outside activities, et cetera. So if we cancel them, the question, I think, and the Maureen's asking is everybody already planning to have that off? And do we have a staffing issue if we open for services that day? We will be expected to have full services.
Well, it's also the Friday of Labor Day weekend, September 1st. So could we do the resolution to say that they get the day off? I don't know if we somehow,
With pay, you mean?
with pay, I don't know.
Oh, well.
I don't know if that's so like it's basically
Yeah, I don't know.
a PTO
I
day.
have to yield to our
So
attorney.
I would say to have, because I think, I understand the intent, but I think that for so many families, like, the only golden lining in all of it, or silver lining was, well, it's the Friday of 4th of July weekend, oh, it's the Friday of Labor Day weekend, even people may have made doctor's appointments and whatever, because, oh, it's a Friday, it's a work day that I have off. So I think it is wonderful that we're able to do this, but I would maybe defer to the department heads before we bring the resolution forward as to the best way to roll it out to staff.
Well, and that may actually put us in a spot of where we have to start in October. I think, because we cannot make a decision here, I would look to Michael and to Tim to figure out what that should look like and to bring it to council. You said you could bring something to us.
Well, the resolution, we couldn't have a resolution until September, but we could potentially have a council vote on this coming Thursday about holding that September furlough in abeyance until that resolution is passed, which would then cancel the September furlough.
And that would give the directors time to meet and discuss with their staff. So we can't say right offhand, and different directors may have different issues. And so I think it's something that we do really need to go back to our staffs to assess the impact.
Yeah, I think although ideally it sounds great just to flip the switch and turn it off, I think there is some complications. Maureen, you are,
Well, obviously, it needs some more discussion. I wouldn't want to have someone who's already committed to traveling and say, oh, by the way, now that you were planning that day off, you have to come in, because there are things that the directors can talk about, such as possibly if they don't have staffing, closing that day and allowing them to take a paid vacation day. There's things we can talk about.
okay.
Can I just say something? We're getting close to the holidays, and some of our staff can't take a vacation day because they've had a pay cut. So I know that my record staff is some of the lower paid employees in the city, and this has had an impact on them. They made some serious adjustments, so planning the rest of the year, if it was planned, it was done on a hardship. So I think I would like to talk to my staff. I don't see any problem at the PD as far as that goes, but I would like to talk to my staff, and I'm willing to guess, go out on a limb and say the majority of them are going to say, please cancel as soon as possible.
Well, so, and I'm not saying we won't. I think there's general direction here that says we would like to proceed with canceling the furloughs, maintaining equity amongst the groups. We have to yield to Michael and and the team here to come back to us with the appropriate way to look at doing that.
I completely agree with you. I just wanted to make sure that's out there, that, they're not, this isn't a luxury for the employees that have taken a cut. This has been a hardship, and many of them are thinking holidays. They're thinking about coming toward the holidays. So I just wanted to make sure that's out there. I appreciate the process.
However, we're going to move forward with what Tim's recommended, correct?
Well,
Yeah,
Tim,
for timing of the
Tim's going to
process.
come back with a recommendation.
Well, no, I
He's
meant
telling us what he
Thursday.
thinks are the options, but he will get something to us by Thursday. There's a structure in the way this process has to work.
It won't be a substantive thing. It'll be direction to staff to come back with.
That's all I'm saying. His recommendation was that. Thank you.
And so we can bring this up again, probably in admin reports on Thursday.
Just, one last point. So I think the direction, what we'd like to get to is at least if we can figure this out, we'll discuss with department heads relative to staffing needs, that there be an abeyance of the furlough in the first week of September until council has an opportunity to take action. So we'll try to get to that end if we can.
And I would say that the department heads will have to figure out how they will handle some of the awkward situations that might arise. We also have to make sure that our labor groups, because the council is concerned about equity, that's handled appropriately. So again, we have provided a general direction. At this point, I don't know that we can go any further, especially in this forum. So,
I think we're good. Oh, Councilman.
Just question for Danielle on the numbers. So that 106,000, is that assuming it goes into effect immediately? Or if we did start in October, that number is going to be less?
Let's see, September, if you start in October, that number would be less.
Okay.
but
We don't know what, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, all right.
that's now in staff's hands. I think we've done our job.
Yep.
Right, but, okay. So again, relative to the $3 million number, this number will fluctuate a little bit. And again, as we talk about, some of the bargaining units will be over time. So this is an approximate number. This is not an exact dollar amount. Okay, so everybody kind of comfortable in seeing how that projection works, where our fund balances are coming from. The last two pieces that we have to look at is a little bit more explanation and detail about how development revenues and expenditures work, and then the parks and recs. And then we're going to wrap it up. So this is the heart, so to speak, of the forecast, though. So I just want to make sure everybody's okay with that. We're ready to move on? Okay. Okay, so this has got lots of numbers, and I don't really expect you to read them, but they are for me, so I can read them, so I can just point out a few things. So let's focus on the graphs. We'll look at the pretty colors. So the green is the one-time money. So I've gone back to 2005 and looked at what are actual one-time development revenues. So when I say one-time money, and I need to clarify, I'm not talking about the sales tax or B&O tax piece right now. I'm just talking about the revenues from projects that are over $15 million. Okay, so now we're kind of focusing in Dan's area on the development picture. So as you can see, back in 2005, we had a lot more one-time money than we did just baseline money. So we had a lot of large projects, and then this is just kind of our baseline. So this is what I'm looking at, and as you can see, this baseline development varies and it fluctuates quite a bit over time. This is us using the one-time money, and then we have a little bit over here. So it's really important, and then you get to these years. So again, just because we don't have any big project money being paid for, the public works staff is still busy working, providing services in here on these projects that were paid for here. Because this one-time development money takes a long time to fully deliver all of the services related to it. So this is not an indication of workload. This is just simply a cash flow from the revenue picture. And so the reason I have these numbers up here is, so these time periods right here where we don't have that extra revenue coming in, I have the cost of that development group to provide services. So the cost numbers are coming in up here. And so what we find is that, like in 2010, here, the cost of providing services exceeded that year's revenue by, who's really good? Is that 1.2 or 1.7? 1.7, yeah, nearly $2 million for that 1 year. So we have to have, if we don't have development revenues, and if 88% of our taxes are going to public safety, then we have to have some way to pay for those services. So that's why this money, it's really important that we don't spend that on other things. We need to save that in fund balance so it can pay these costs for these 3 years. And if you take these 3 years and you add them up, they're over $3 million. This is why I said even our fund balance policies are too low, Because the way they calculate out right now, it's like 2.3 million, that sounds like about a good number. Okay? But it doesn't, because it doesn't adequately cover our risk of development and still address our needs for cash flow. Because it takes, right now, about $1.5 million. We need to have $1.5 million at the end of December to carry our cash flow to pay salary and wages through to April. So if you're looking at $1.5 million for cash flow, and, this is not an unusual scenario, but, up to $3 million for development revenues, really we're much closer to wanting or advising a $4 million fund balance. That would be truly a sustainable fund balance. So we're not quite, so we've got lots of good news at $3 million, but we're still not quite safe, comfortable, as that $4 million number would be. So we are bearing some risk still at that $3 million level. So it's a lot of money, it's really different, but I don't want people to be or feel too comfortable about that, because it is still a little bit short of what our long-term goal for the city should be. Okay, sir, yes.
Understanding that, but knowing that we are getting back to health, I think the council would be interested in hearing a proposal that would help us grow to that longer term.
And I think the way that where this is going to come up, and these discussions will come up in the future, as we look at our 5-year plan, we have to look at where that money is going to come from. And the answer is going to be sales tax. It's going to, or sales tax, B&O tax, property tax. It's going to be our tax growth. We'll have a little bit of growth, maybe as units come on. Again, that'll be utility tax. But in reality, we're hoping we are estimating through economic development that our tax base is going to grow. So what we're going to have is competition for that tax, as we saw earlier today, is fund balance. Do we continue to take a piece of that growth and keep adding it to the fund balance until we can get up to that 4 million? And what's competing with that, as we saw, is public safety. We have a lot of desire to increase public safety. So I can see that moving forward, those are going to be the conversations that council's going to have to look at. And we would do that, but there's nothing to argue over right now because we don't have any more tax sources at the moment. So as we grow and those tax sources come in through the 5-year process, we will evaluate a process to present to council a path that will grow that fund balance.
So I guess I just want to make sure it's part of an ongoing discussion, that's all.
Okay, yep. And so I guess today is kind of the first step of, and going through this process really helped me as the finance director to get past, yes, there's standards and there's recommendations out there about what types of fund level cities should have. But what this analysis does is it tells us what's right for the city of Des Moines. So this is where we are right now. So here's 2016, and this is the green spot. So the good news here is lately we see our baseline is creeping up, as well as our one time. And this slide, as we go, will probably continue to get greener over time because we've got a lot of development money still coming in the door. So this pretty much just takes into account what's already come in. Yes, Dan?
So that's year to date?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wanted to point
Yeah.
that out.
I think so, yeah.
Better from here.
It's pretty close. I'd have to look again to see how much of a projection I have in there. But again, I've been taking a very conservative estimate, and it's like I don't represent the development money until it walks in the door.
Yeah, but to Dan's point, you still have an in basket.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's a great story to tell. I guess the reason I mentioned the in basket is 2017, 2018, 2019. We don't know exactly what they're going to look like because they're not here yet, but there's still an in-basket that's still in, and it's still very active. Did I see another hand? No. Okay.
So this is why we were talking about the other slide, and that's why Dan wasn't worried, because he says it's not going to happen. Because, again, this is a fairly conservative estimate of development. And so, but what the model does to do sustainability and to say, okay, if we don't have revenue, then we don't have those costs, that if the revenue comes in, then that means we're going to need the people to provide the services, but we will have revenue then devoted to cover those additional services. So this helps us as a council, us as staff, us as management, us as employees, to understand what the trigger is. When is the right time to be reducing staff and increasing staff? And from a sustainability, affordability, and workload perspective, all mixed together. So what this does is show that the one-time money that's coming in 2016, which is about 1.3 million so far, it will last really only until about here and, you know, part of 18. So part of 18 is back to needing another outside source, which we use the franchise fees to cover the rest of this shortfall that's not covered by the development fees. And so what this says is, and this is why we were indicating those cuts in the services in those outlying years, if we don't get the revenues in. So we will end up with an annual deficit.
So, which brings up an interesting question. You know, we're landlocked, we're, you know, we can't expand anywhere. We have a limited amount of commercially zoned land. We heard from a constituent actually Thursday night about the possibility of taking advantage of expanding our commercially zoned land in the city. We may need to take a look at other things that are on the fringes where we may be able to expand that opportunity, because if we don't, and then build the ongoing revenues that'll come from sales tax and B&O tax and property tax and those kinds of things, when the development level is going to fall off from this, even if the dollar value of whatever projects do come in goes up, the number of projects is going to go down because you just don't have a place to put it. So not 5 years out, but maybe 10 years out, we need to think about what that picture is going to look like too, especially if we don't have a place to build. So this may drive some conversations relative to our planning for next year in terms of looking at areas in the city where we may want to consider areas to rezone. You know, even if it's a little bit here, a little bit there, as opposed to necessarily any blanket changes.
Just in response to that, because it's a great point. So typically relative to the existing kind of land in the city, we have, which we talked before, we have three options relative to increasing economic development, which is land use, densities, and heights. But the other thing, and I think this is really important relative to what you're saying, Councilmember, really important, is that with the business park coming online and some other things happening, that the general level of economic activity is also going to increase. And that's going to spawn things like, you know, new restaurants and reuse and higher use of existing buildings, especially in the downtown. So I think there's a lot of pieces that play into what you're describing. So, and I think that is a very worthwhile discussion to have about kind of guiding that growth to the degree that it's the city's responsibility.
Go ahead, Dan.
And just building on that, I think it was last year, we added the economic development element to the city's comprehensive plan. And part of the follow-up to that is an economic development strategic plan, which when you look at these out years, I mean, I think that's one of the a next step that we should begin to undertake, is to look at what we can do so that we're impacting economic development 10 years down the road. And so that could be something that we'll discuss with Finance and Econ Committee, as maybe perhaps part of the 2017 work program, maybe an item to do that.
You know, I'd also like to say, we always say economic development, but redevelopment is really significant. And we have a town in many places where we have
Needs it.
buildings that need to be redeveloped. So I'd like to encourage the council to think about, for when we come to our retreat, how we want to approach, not, when I say business owners, I'm not just talking about the people that have a face in the city, I'm talking about the people who actually own the buildings or own the land. I think we need to come together and figure out an approach as to how we're going to talk to those people and motivate them to redevelop with what we have coming. Because we finally set the table, we've got a huge party coming, and we're figuring out that the building's not big enough. We're going to need some help. Louisa?
And given that and understanding that it seems that there are quite a few that are owners that do not live here,
Yes.
giving them enough time to get here, because it'd be great to have a face-to-face versus this letter writing, emailing, et cetera, so that we're all on the same page. Just a thought to keep that in mind.
So I would ask that we make sure that that's part of the topic that we address at our planning session this fall.
Great.
Is council comfortable with that?
Totally.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to kind of sum up the development revenue concepts here, that there was no one-time development money in the budget at all. As you saw, there was no green blocks there. And just kind of a comment that that baseline fluctuates from $200,000 to $4,000 per year. Well, the $200,000 fluctuation is meaningful to us when we're looking at trying to manage the budgets for the general fund. That's a couple of positions. So it does have an impact on the overall general fund numbers. So this is where I'm just reiterating that during this time period, it consumed more than $3 million, which is more than our current reserve requirement, and so why we should look at that over time. And the part of the point or the challenges with these peaks and valleys with the development side is, again, it's an art, not a science, as to how long do we hold the positions here, because it's very difficult. We have a lot of experience, knowledge, and expertise in technical expertise in carrying out these services. So even if we don't have somebody here today, then tomorrow we may need them. So there is this point, it's not like a yo-yo. We can't just instantly let them go and instantly hire them back to manage, the way that the cash flow works. So having that extra fund balance, holding that one-time development revenue in fund balance as long as we can before it gets spent are some of the ways that we mitigate to hold on to that expertise without causing too much draw on the other general fund resources.
So this has nothing to do with the slide. I'd like to request a 5-minute break before we get into the next slides, so that we're all here to listen to the same thing. Since we don't have a break scheduled anytime. The break is actually 3 o'clock when we adjourn.
Well, and we do have, you're right, an hour and 15 minutes. So let's take a 5-minute, probably 10. Anyway, come on back as soon as you can, but let's adjourn for 5 minutes. Finished up here by 3 o'clock today, and I want to do our best to adhere to that. If we're lucky, we'll get out a few minutes early. I think that would make a lot of people happy. So anyway, let's turn it back over to Danielle and finish moving forward.
Before we leave the development revenues, I think Dan, the Public Works Director, wanted to have one more conversation about this time period and pattern and what's different about this budget forecast than what we've done in the past.
So I'll make this as brief as possible, but there's a lot of things about what we've talked about today that I'm pretty excited about, but what's proposed here is one of the things I'm most excited about, and wanted to just make sure that we didn't underscore the change in what's being proposed and how we do our budgeting. And so you'll see out here in these out years, there's no assumed one-time money coming in for the budget. And I mean, this is something that the council's been after for a number of years to try to achieve this. And the significance of that is that in the past, we would assume, like, let's say in 2008, when we're projecting the 2009 budget, we would account for one-time revenue to come in to pay for ongoing operational expenses in that year. So we would budget for this amount of money to come in, and it would be spent all in that year, which didn't leave any of that revenue to pay for those ongoing services that is needed to actually build and inspect those projects that paid that fee. That no longer will be happening with what's being proposed here. So as we get to 2017, number one, we don't need that one-time revenue to pay for the ongoing services. It's come in 2016, and we'll reserve that to pay for those large projects that have paid those fees. But as that one-time money comes in, it'll be allocated in 2018 as part of that next year's budget. So that's a huge shift in how the budgeting for ongoing services is taking place. And it's taken us a while to get to that point, but that's a big, big deal. And I just want to make sure that we pointed that out if it wasn't already clear.
Thank you.
Okay, on to
Go ahead.
recreation and facility rentals. So we're looking here at the recreation and facility rentals. So we earlier in the presentation, this was on a blue slide because there is a tax component that is currently utilized in carrying out these program services. So just to kind of start a little bit with definitions so that we know what's in our numbers and what's not in our numbers. This includes the recreation admin budget, which is the director's position and those that report to her. It's also the recreational program costs. So these are all the part-time employees and seasonal employees, extra hire employees, I guess is the term that we're using now, to carry out the program costs. We've kind of changed our accounting around a little bit, but this is the cost of the interfund computer maintenance contribution for the technology that takes place in carrying out those programs. This doesn't include any of the council time, city manager time, HR time, or finance time in these costs. So that's kind of what we were talking about earlier in the presentation. So those are the cost pools that we're looking for. And so there's our total recreation. And then this is similarly the facility rental budget here. And so this one has the charge, again, this is just kind of a change in accounting, that's why you're seeing it over here. So this is the interfund facility repair, so the charge basically to Fund 506 for the recreational programs. The direct costs of maintaining those facilities for like the utilities and the janitorial and the operating costs, as well as the salary and benefit costs for the people who are doing the facility rentals. Those are all up in these numbers here.
So in that, the facility rental piece there, I assume it's the beach park buildings?
Right, we haven't broken this out in this slide. This does include not only all of the beach park buildings, but it also includes the senior activity center, the field house, and those are the only other two buildings other than the beach park. Yeah, and then all the beach parks. Yeah.
Yeah, is Sanju similar?
Sanju is more or less self-sufficient between the revenues and the expenses there. I can't remember if it's in the parks budget. Yeah, it's $1,000.
Expenditures to maintain the house. Okay.
Pardon?
No, these are just buildings.
Okay, so those are the definition of the cost pool. So basically, again, this is kind of the program and administrative costs for the program. The programs need facilities. We kind of have a blended thing going on right now. So this is the cost of the facilities to carry out those recreational programs, but it's also the cost of the facilities that we're renting. So it's kind of a commingled mix there. So we don't have the facility costs that are related just for recreation programs, matched to that. So we do have kind of a blend here. So, but in general, we were carrying forward the concept that was discussed in last year's budget retreat as to if we're being constrained on the tax side to be able to support this, then legally, this has an option that's not available to other functions of the city, certain other functions of the city, to be able to recover their full cost of service, full cost in quotes, being defined as these costs, but again, they don't have all the administrative costs for finance, et cetera, in there. So in looking at that, we have a goal of, or in 2016, we did basically a 10% rate increase, but that rate increase didn't happen to all programs all at the same time because we had contracts in place that take into effect, there were long-term 9-month contracts. So some of those rate increases have not yet occurred because those contracts were entered into before council authorized this increase. So this isn't an exact number. It was kind of a rate increase that's being implemented over time. And that was what the budget in 2016 was set up, and it was a goal to start reducing the tax draw for these funds. And so you can see that for 2015, and then from an actual basis, there was, a combined $365,000 draw on taxes, and now in 2016, that was budgeted to drop by $100,000 to $252,000. Our latest estimates for the 2016 projection of what's happened for half of the year, projecting out the rest of the year, is good news that we're looking like we're going to be able to meet and beat our targets. So that's what the 2016 revised is.
So the 2016 revised are a reflection of what we anticipate actuals to be?
Yes, this is basically the finance director's best guess as to how we're going to finish out the year, based on 7 months of actual activity, based on the fact that certain revenues rate increases will happen between now and the end of the year. So they are projections, but it's the best estimate that we have available at the moment.
I'm sorry, we were sort of having a kibitz over here. Are you saying we collected the $1,018,000 or it's projected we will collect?
That's projected.
Okay, so it's not collected.
It's based on 7 months of actual activity and 5 months of estimates.
What is our year-to-date right now?
I do not have that in front of me. But I have a reasonable level of confidence in this number. It's not exact, of course, but it's pretty, it's pretty reasonable. I think it's a pretty reasonable number. It's not too hard to estimate, and our prior estimates have been pretty close.
And so again, what's the 10% in 2016?
10% was the rate increase that was authorized for recreational programs in 2016. That is set by city manager following last year's budget.
Program fees?
Yes, it'd be program fees. Mm-hmm. So that's a rate. That was a rate adjustment. Okay, are we? Okay, so now looking at the future then, and what we're looking at. So in order to look at sustainability, in order to look at the options that are available to council, that this is an area that they do have some control over, then the goal here, and you can see that it takes 5 years. And so what we did was we said, if we were going to get to full cost recovery within 5 years, what would that look like? How would we do that? How could we do that? And so there's a couple ways to get there. One is through rate increases, similar to what we did last year. And the other is to expand the level of services. So you would have a lower rate increase, but if you had more classes, then you're making a little bit on each class to contribute. So it's kind of a combination of volume and rate. So what this projection does is it says, okay, if we keep the volume of classes exactly the same, if we keep our service levels exactly the same, how would we accomplish full cost recovery within 5 years? And so that's what these numbers up here are doing. So we're looking at this and saying, okay, everything remaining the same activity level, then if we did a 6% rate increase in 17 and 8% increase in 18, 6, 5, 4, 4. That's basically what our rate increases would look like in order to get us completely sustainable by the year 2021. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious how you came up with the 6, 8, whatever, and why you didn't take an average of a 5, 6. So for 17, okay, well, let me hold that question for just 1 minute and let me explain what's happening in 17. So this choice is actually set by the city manager in conjunction with the Parks, Recreation, Senior Services Director. Okay, so we can set a budget target, and an assumption, and then, like I said, there's a different set of ways to get here. So for budgeting purposes, we came up with this number. It was a negotiated number, as the city manager said. It was a team approach. And so this was a negotiated revenue number. And the expenses here were also a little bit, well, there's two factors here. So you can see the expenses are actually going up more than the revenue numbers going up. And there's basically a couple reasons for that. So one of the reasons the expenditures are going up is the extra higher salary schedule, which makes up a large component of our recreational programs, was increased in 2016. And so this is showing the full year effect on that choice. And so then again, costs for ongoing personnel increase and get more expensive as our retirement and our medical costs go up. And so this is kind of the increase for the ongoing personnel. So overall, this has gone up. So we were looking at trying to get this number for 17 to be pretty close to what the council had approved for 16.
So I thought the extra hires were part-time.
Yes, they are.
If they're part-time, what's the increase?
So basically, as minimum wage goes up, you get compression. So those people who are working at minimum wage goes up. The question is do you increase everybody above that? And so as minimum wage goes up, it's been a long time since the city has increased those positions above the minimum wage level positions. And as we get more people in higher grades categories is one thing. So how we shift people up the steps, and then also just we raise the whole salary schedule up because it hadn't been increased in, 5 years? Long time.
Go ahead.
I've got Councilman Beck and then
Patrice.
and then Dan.
As far as the recreation rate increases, Louisa kind of commented on this earlier. I got a question for Patrice. So when it comes to low-income people, obviously this is going to have some effect, but do you think it's going to have the effect where people are suddenly, your attendance rates are now going to drop because it's kind of getting out of their affordability rate, or can you weigh in?
Well, yeah, in Parks and Recreation, obviously, we want to engage as many of our citizens as possible, especially our families and children. So Des Moines has 41% of its citizens are moderate, which is below middle class, to very low income. So there's moderate, low income, very low income. 59% of our folks are middle income and higher. So right now, as the fees are, as we have them, that 41% is pretty much not even walking in the door. We're really catering to the 59% of the folks that have discretionary funds to spend. So one of the concerns that I have about us continually to increase our fees is that right now, we did a little, city manager or assistant city manager asked us to do a fee survey of the neighboring communities, and we looked at Des Moines against Federal Way, SeaTac, Tukwila, Renton, Kent, and Auburn. And right now, the average, we are 29% higher than the average of all of those cities as far as our fee goes. We're also $32 average per program. If you average all 25 programs that we looked at, we're $32 per registration higher than all of the folks that are around us.
Who are the comparable cities?
Comparable
South King
cities.
County, Southwest
Yeah.
King County?
Federal Way, SeaTac, Tukwila, Renton, Kent, Auburn.
So
Those are for the same services?
Same services.
how do we compare for expenditures? It's one thing to look at revenues, but we have to see expenditures as well.
Expenditures they're subsidized. If our revenues are higher, we've got the highest revenues coming in of any of the surrounding cities. So if our fees are higher, that means that our expenditures, that they're spending more on the resources than Des Moines is.
There's two ways to look at that. What I'm saying is if you take away, don't look at the sources of the income. I'm saying that you have revenue coming in and you have a cost of operation. So what is Federal Way's cost of operation,
Yeah, I don't.
per
I'll have to
capita,
get back.
or per person and things like that? So those are the kinds of things that we just have to be mindful of, because Federal Way may have more available income, but on those folks that are in the bracket that you're saying are moderate or below, there are a number of things that we have to look at as to how to make sure that things are available to them. But
So right now, all of our programs are fee for participation. We do not have any free programs that we offer to the community, except for our summer concerts that are offered by the Arts Commission. We do have scholarships that come in that are, raised by Legacy Foundation. We don't have enough. We ran out of funds for scholarships a few years ago, and then we had to limit the amount of funds that we could give to kids. So we have a grandparent coming in that wants to put their grandchild that's living with them into a program, and we offer them a scholarship, and they say, well, I still can't participate because it's not enough. The scholarships are 50% of what the fee of the program is. So we have a lot of issues like that. This is not a real rich community. And so, we just have to be mindful of that. If we're looking at engagement, we have to think about, well, how are we going to be able to allow those folks to engage?
okay, Dan, you had a comment, and then I'm going to come back to Councilmember Banks.
Just very quickly, we were talking about the cost for the compensation on the table going up and things like that. We're talking about at the minimum wage kind of level. And so what this is reflecting on the Park and Rec side, we also experience for our seasonal staff is the idea of trying to find people that are actually interested to come at a minimum wage. It just doesn't exist. And so you're having to find that sweet spot where you can get those people to come here. And you're competing literally for that same seasonal worker with all of the other cities. And so that's what we're looking at when we set that rate. So that's what I was just wanting to make sure.
I just want to add to that, but most of our extra hires that we bring on board, we bring them on board at $9.50 an hour, $10.50 an hour.
11.
Most of our highest paid people are $11.50 an hour. We're not talking about $16 an hour. I mean, that is the total exception. So these folks, we're going from minimum wage at $9.47 to $9.50. So
Big bucks.
the big bucks. So I just want to clarify that.
I just want to clarify from a budgetary standpoint that part of what's creating this was going from 950 to 1050 or 11. But yeah, it's not.
We're talking about really low-paid people here.
And I just appreciate Dan's comments, because that's absolutely what's going on across the region, probably elsewhere too. But I also want to understand why full cost recovery, and what other cities absolutely have full cost recovery on these kinds of programs. Because I know that, look, it's so easy to look at numbers. Numbers don't have human faces to them. They don't have the challenges that families have. You know, to be perfectly honest, no one sitting in this room can live off of $9 an hour. Nobody. And if you can, please raise your hand. Okay. So I'm just saying that we have to look at, and I know you guys have gotten together and pulled this budget together, but, you know, again, 88%, not unreasonable for police, for services, public safety. We got the other side of that, 12% is what's left. And then we're talking about full cost recovery. That means to me, there's no parachute if they don't make it. If they don't get to full cost recovery in 5 to 10 years, then what happens? And I could be wrong, but that's how I'm interpreting this.
First of all, I think this is, again, this is the discussion, I mean, we won't pass the budget for a period of time. And also, when you look out, you know, beyond 2017, we're starting to forecast things, and there's a lot that needs to, you know, that can change, that can cause us to look at things differently. So I'm just saying that, you know, obviously there's a proposal up here, and the one thing that just, that's a challenge for me, is that a budget is a plan, and then you have a checkbook, okay? And if the checkbook doesn't have any money in it, you can't write that check. But the one thing that we do have to our advantage is we have sources, partners, a number of solutions that we can have conversation with, and see what we can do to address all of this stuff. I understand your full cost recovery, because that means covering the cost of the facility. And I think that, you know, again, we own the facility, and if it sat there without anything in it, we'd still be paying for it. So these are the types of things that we have to think about as council as we go forward. So with that, I want to continue to try and keep us on track, because again, these are openers, no decisions are being made today.
So basically, 2017 is just showing a very slight change from the 2016 budget. And so again, there's not a lot of change in the subsidy between the 16 budget and the 17, or what would become the starting point for the 17 budget. So we're just a few $1,000s different on both of those. And the real difference is pushed off into the future years. And again, this 6% is when the city manager implements those fees, that may not be 6%. What we're really looking for as part of the budget discussion is for council to set and agree to basically this subsidy amount here. And then it's up to Parks and Recs and that work group to figure out what combination of revenue and costs, because the old saying, you got to spend money to make money. And so that's one option. One is to just increase the rates and keep the same service level, but the other is to cushion the amount of rate increase by increasing the volume. And that's another strategy. And so that's basically between the city manager and the director to work out what that combination is. From a budgeting standpoint, we're just looking at the impact of the net change.
Patrice, yeah.
I do want to point out that our adopted budget in 2015 for revenue was $760, and we brought in $885. So we brought in over $100,000 more in 2015 than we were budgeted to bring in as far as revenue goes. And, you know, the department is gonna bring in as much revenue as humanly possible. That's our charge. We wanna make sure, we wanna always be in the black and move ahead. But I also need to point out that the difference between the adopted revenue for 2016 and 17 isn't a 6% increase, it's a 19% increase. So our budget figure for revenue in 2016 was $899,680. The revised amount is $101,855, which is 13% increase over that. And then on top of that, there's the 6% for 2017. When you add those numbers together, from the 10% increase that is included in the $899 to the $1,071,071, that's a 19%. That's not 6%.
So
So
basically.
that's, I'm just saying, it's
Not apples.
being able to increase those revenues without the Parks and Recreation infrastructure and the staffing that it's going to take to manage that growth, that's the part that's not sustainable.
So the 6% comes from, basically, it's looking at the revised figure. It says, if we accomplish this, and this becomes our new baseline level of service, and we don't change that level of service, but we only change the rate that we're charging for that service, then that's where that increase of 6% comes from.
Well, another thing that I'd like to point out, that's, in the airline industry, you have so many seats on a plane, and by law, you have to staff the plane a certain way. However, the incremental revenue, there's a line where your costs break even, and then every person in a seat after that is pure profit. So I'm not sure how this model, and I'm sure we'll all learn more about it, but I'm not sure how this model, what opportunities are there to look at the, expansion, and can we expand by one participant per program and still keep staffing the same and see value in that. I'm not sure if, in some cases, we don't have the opportunity to partner with. I know we already have some partnerships in certain areas, but there have been, like the YMCA is interested in talking to us about how we might partner. And I think the bottom line is, I don't want to get too stuck on this. I just want, there's a proposal on the table. And I want to make sure that we look at how we can take this forward. Janet, I'd like to call on you, but we can't hear you, and we've got microphones over here. So if you want to come over here, we'd be happy to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I just want to remind council that in 15, talking on the facility revenue side, we added a building. So that is where our growth is coming from. But to go from 295 up to 346 without the addition of a building is going to be very difficult.
You said in 2015 you added a building?
2015, we added the dining hall.
Okay, and so dining hall rentals, I'm assuming, are starting to climb.
Yes, yes.
And then we are in the midst of remodeling a picnic shelter and things like that, so there is some opportunity there, would there not be? I'm not saying that this is the answer, I'm just.
No, yes, there will be in probably 4 months of the year opportunity to rent.
It is seasonal, I understand that, so again.
And also Wooten Park, because we've had that out of order all year also, all
Okay,
summer.
So I'm just saying that before everybody gets really, really, engaged, wrapped around this.
No, I understand, I
Let's
just
just
wanted.
to be clear
wanted to-
that there are opportunities here that may not be reflected. Just as when we were talking about the general fund, there are projects in the hopper, there are businesses coming online, there's a lot of things. So let's just work through this carefully,
Thank you, Mayor.
okay? You better push your button, okay?
Thanks. Yeah, just I want to respond to a couple of comments. So in this process, right, Patrice and Danielle and I, and then Patrice and I met on a number of occasions to discuss this budget proposal. And there's a couple of things. So we talked about the 6%. There was a 10% this year. Then Patrice said, well, what if we do something like COLA for our current residents? and then maybe a 5% increase for residents outside the city, and then look at expanding our attendance in terms of other ways to derive revenue. And so I just want to, basically remind everyone that this is all in the context of the entire city budget, trying to get to a sustainable outcome. And so in terms of sustainability, the goal was to say, is there a way that parks can become self-reliant? And there may not be, and that may not be appropriate, and that's certainly a council call relative to policy. But the provision of those services is critical. We don't want to get into, this was not in any way relative to the numbers. This was how we could get from A to B, and how did that fit within the context of the entire city. If you asked me, we take care of public safety. Of course, everyone's here. We've got to take care of Dan and Joe and everyone. But literally, the Parks and Recreation, there's a lot of pieces to that are critical. And one of them is, in some respects, if you want to say, parks relative to police, the more effective those programs are for kids, the more positive impact that will have on public safety, not having to spend time with those kids. So I think there's no question as to the social value of what parks provides. That's absolutely a given in this discussion. And the question is just simply, how do we finance parks the most effective manner in the context of all the other demands that you've seen as we walk through? And that's all that's on the table from our view, bringing to council the options for whatever the policy questions need to be answered are.
Another thing that I think everybody in this room has heard me say at least once is that when it comes to what we charge for fees, you can't turn on. One thing to keep in mind is that in my experience in dealing with government isn't really good at adjusting fees on a regular basis. So usually what happens is a budget issue comes up and somebody says, we're going to take it from here to here. And if you take a $10 fee and you bring it up to $15, people notice. And people, and it's significant to people. But if it's a $10 fee and then the next year it's $10.50, people can more readily absorb that in the natural progression of incomes and life and inflation and everything else. So it is reasonable. The challenge that we have to some degree is we are in competition with everything around us. But it is reasonable, and I have strongly encouraged all departments and department heads to look at whatever their current fees are, and unless they're constrained by some reason, what is an appropriate adjustment? When it comes to law enforcement, my alarm permit fee's been the same for longer than I can remember. It's not that I'm looking to throw money at things, folks. I'm just saying that, it's a fee. And if the city said, I know that the employees that manage that, their salaries have gone up. The cost of benefits have gone up. So if that $25 fee should be $26 or $27, that's great. But if they came back at $35, everybody's going to be upset. So we need to be practical about this. And I think having these discussions again, these are openers, it's the right way to look at it. So, can you do it in 30 minutes?
I can. I can, because we're at the end, so. So that's the best part of forecasting. When you're done with 95%, it's really good to be able to estimate that last 5%. So to summarize where we're looking at, there was no one-time revenue included in the financial plan. And again, the one-time money that we get, when we see it, then it'll go into ending fund balance, or it'll go into the capital fund to be allocated to capital projects. Okay, and again, as I've said, this includes multi-year revenue increases based from last year, and that would include business license fee increases and Parks and Rec fee increases. That the revenues have conservative growth, pushed a little bit on taxes. I'm very conservative on the development. We have no huge premature assumptions of bumps for the business park or the other development projects. We know there's money out there. the exact timing. There's a whole bunch of different timings that are affected between the B&O tax and the leasehold tax and the utility tax. So as we get that on an annual basis, we'll see what we have, and then we'll add that into the forecast, and then we'll be able to spend it because we know what that new baseline is going to be. So that'll help us make sure that we don't spend money before we get money. And that's a big change from the past. And again, what we're looking at is basic employee wage increases, assumption of approximately 1% per year. And that, again, that's the cost of living increase of the wage side. We're looking at retirement and medical costs are increasing much more than that. We got 6% on medical, and the retirement costs are going up several percent as well. So, what are the risks? It's a tightrope. Okay, so what are the risks to carrying out this plan? Because there's a lot of good news in this plan. There's a lot of services that we're finally being able to take care of that have not been taken care of in the past. So our risks are that our red light running revenues are less than expected. Again, this forecast does not have any historical basis. It has engineering estimates, though, so it's not just a pick out of the dark. We do have some experience on which to rely on that. Given that experience, I've taken a conservative approach. We have, again, the concept that the labor negotiations are not settled. We're not at the beginning of a 3-year contract. When we do, that's really easy to forecast the next 3 years. So those are still to be negotiated, still to be settled. So right now, we're at 1%, and again, that's an increase from the last year's estimate of 0.75%. We're at risk that the development revenues peak and then drop or come in more slowly than expected. Again, this is kind of just one of those constant risks, as we've talked about in the development area. Yes, Dan?
You may have already said this and I just missed it, but do we have pretty firm or good numbers as far as the increases to health insurance premiums and things like that? Because I know in the past that's been a pretty big deal, so.
We have, yes, so there's a wide range of employee benefit costs, and they come out over a wide range of months, but most of them have come in with what the departments know that people need to do their budgeting, so those organizations have given us budget estimates. So we have those. Not all of them have been adopted, but some of them have. So they should be pretty close, and they should be pretty reasonable. No. So this would be kind of what would happen in the employee check. So we've got two parts of employee compensation. You've got the payment, and then you've got the benefits. And so the benefits are going up much higher, much higher. And we don't have necessarily so much control over that. We have some control. And so this is the employee paycheck side. And so then the constraints that we have is, again, the council took kind of some historical choices. And so what the risks of the future are is council that no longer has certain options available to them. They're at the maximum tax rates in many of the tax categories. So last year, council raised tax rates. So planning for the future, that's not going to be an option and a tool available to council. We're not going to be able to come back and say, well, let's just increase tax rates to solve this issue. So what this means is, and that's the emphasis about the right size, we have to choose now how we're going to fit. Because in the future, the growth that's available, the growth to subsidize and help parks and recreation fees, the need to replenish and grow that general fund balance from $3 million to $4 million, and the continuing pressures and desires to increase our public safety. Those are the three, kind of major factors that we're looking at that is going to have to be looked at and balanced with basically the growth. Based on the economic development, we're going to have to increase the volume of taxes is just through increased assessed valuations and base volume activity, because our rates on taxes are pretty much set. and maxed out. Okay, so this is how we address council's priorities. We increase public safety by adding, getting to all patrol shifts to be 1 sergeant and 5 officers. We improve public communications with the PIO services to develop and implement that communication plan. We're assisting vulnerable citizens both from the domestic advocate position and the probation officer hour increases. Where the project over time eliminates kind of that police versus recreation budget trade-off. If recreation programs become self-sustainable and they're fee-based, then if the question about police officers would no longer come from a parks and recreation fees tax source. This is to maintain a sustainable increase in personnel costs. Again, we're assuming the 1%. And we're trying to get to and maintain a sustainable financial condition and fund balance. And again, what we're doing here is we have successfully got to $3 million, which is a huge success, and we're looking at canceling furloughs, which again is a good success. We're looking at and carrying out our public duty to maintain road pavement by creating a new dedicated permanent funding source. And again, one more time, no one-time revenues were used for ongoing expenditures. Okay, so let's take a look at basically what happens now. So this is, we've gotten feedback from council from this meeting. So what we'll do is we're going to take the first year of this forecast and we're going to create the starting point for the city manager's 2017 preliminary budget. So these numbers will be updated as new revenues come in. We'll be constantly looking at that. And then also any reorganizations from the city manager's office over those issues and areas and opportunities that were identified earlier for those vacant and changing positions. And again, this is just talking about when the employee group wage costs and benefits expire. Okay, that's that. Okay, we have a public hearing on the 2017 budget, starts on October 20th, 2016, and so that's where, again, we'll be talking about city manager preliminary budget. And the public hearing on the 2018 property tax is set for November 10th. And depending on the levels of discussion between now and then, it may be possible that if we can come to consensus and council makes a decision, that we'll be able to actually adopt the 2017 budget on November 10th. And so that's my summary. And again, just the caution, we just have to, we're in a great place. We are in a great place compared to where we were. And we just have to be able to carefully balance, monitor, update, as we get new information and keep an eye on the long term. And then that's how the city will stay sustainable.
We're going to go around the table, but I'm going to start with Councilmember Banks.
So I just wanted to say this was really well done overall. I want to thank all the staff, Michael and Danielle, really for pulling this together. It wasn't as painful as it was last year, even though there are some concerns. So that's definitely something that will be addressed as the coming meetings take place. But thank you overall. Appreciate it.
This is the conversation I had hoped we would have had last year, and we came this close. So I'm very thankful for the work that you've done, Michael's done, and staff. I know the department heads, I know this couldn't have been an easy conversation at all, but it's a conversation that's needed to have been had. I mean, we're all in this together in terms of trying to make this sustainable so we're never in a position where we're having to lay staff off. Where whenever we add someone, it's because the revenues are already coming in and are able to sustain the services that we want to provide and aren't something that we assume. In other words, that it's already happening so that it's going to be sustainable. There's a few issues of concern I have there. I don't trust the state of Washington. If they were to get rid of the liquor tax, that's a couple $100,000 hit, I think.
At least, yeah.
You know, and there are situations that crop up periodically where you have that torrential rain and you wind up with a slide and you wind up having to scrounge money to come up with an initial response to be able to get somebody out there just to be able to provide an immediate fix until you can find out what the long-term permanent fix is going to be for something. And sometimes that money doesn't reside in the street fund or doesn't reside in SWIM.
Just to address that, I just want to remind you, again, it's back to our capital budget, and we have those REIT funds that now have balances that have never had balances before. We're looking at nearly $500,000 in those funds to address that. The other thing that we're doing is, and it's not in the general fund, which is what we focused on, but our self-insurance fund is also getting an additional extra assessment each year, so that is getting healthier as well, so that we build up that capability.
But there's also been on the operating side, any number of wild hairs that the city council has decided that, you know, if we can scrounge together a little bit of money to be able to do a study on X, Y, or Z, we should probably do it now so that we're in a better position for when funding comes available for whatever, or if there's some sort of operational streamlining or repurposing, that we can make those changes. So, but this is a lot of great work, and obviously it's driven by decisions that we did make, tough decisions we made this last year. And again, I want to thank the employees for their support. We know it's not easy when we're talking about employment and how it's going to affect them. We know it's not easy when we're talking about compensation and how it's going to affect them. But because of the short-term sacrifices they've made, it's put us in a position where we're able to have a conversation about what it's going to look like going forward and the sustainability of it. And that's the most important thing. So thank you for all the hard work you've done.
Yeah, and I'll echo what Councilmember Kaplan said. You know, it was really a team effort, and it was hard. There were hard decisions to make, but you know, that's what we have to do sometimes so our city will be able to sustain itself and be here in the future beyond 17. So thank you to staff. Thank you to my fellow council members for us having those debates and how we were going to proceed. And as we move into the future with this, and this is this type of collaborative effort with even within the department heads themselves, this not pitting one area against another is a big step, you know, for this city. And as long as I've been around the city, there's always been that competition. And so I'm really thankful that has gone away, and I'm looking forward not to the debates but to the conversation of how we're going to move our city forward to continue to do good things and positive things. And so we'll all sit around the table and have that good conversation so that we can all get back to a new normal and a progressive position for our city. So thank everybody for that.
Well, for me, I just feel it's appropriate to acknowledge the previous councils of the last 2 years before I got here, because you guys really did a lot of the hard work. And you addressed some of the systemic problems that this city's had financially head on. And there were some toxic patterns, in my opinion. And so you guys did some of the hardest work the last couple of years. So for me to kind of come skating in here at this point, you just made it easy for me. And so I don't feel appropriate to take any credit per se. It's really been the councils of the last 2 years that have really hammered this thing out. So I just wanted to publicly thank all of you.
Okay. No, I just want to, so I do have a few remarks. You know, I want to thank the team, and I'm going to use that term a whole lot more in the coming future. That team is made up of the city employees, the council, and the community. But city employees, whether it be senior staff or someone who is in an individual contributor role. Their support and their sacrifice has helped us to get to see a budget a budget proposal like we have not seen in my time here. That is huge. The council for being willing to make some tough decisions, but also for their support and rolling up their sleeves to look at and think about revenue first. We have to grow our way out of this. As Danielle stated, we can't tax our way out of this. We can't levy our way out of this. There's no end to what we can't do to get our way out of this. We have to grow and manage responsibly our way out of this. And the community, for being on our side, for being there with us, having the challenging but respectful conversations, and for helping us understand all the issues everywhere. We are still learning, but we have to figure out how to ensure that we are sustainable long-term. And I think some of the issues that came up today point out that it's a challenge, because even if you could keep everything the same, benefits go up, medical goes up, some expense goes up. So we've got to figure it out. And we're not done yet, but we are on our way to health. And
Health,
health.
not hell.
I didn't say that.
Health.
I will emphasize, yeah, I get that, okay. I mean, when someone's been sick, there's a point of not being sick anymore, and then there's a point where you build up endurance and everything else. Yes, it's that full recovery cycle, and we're on our way, and it's looking very good. I think the key is that we have to understand the problem, we have to develop our strategy, and we're getting there. We have to put metrics in place, because we have to be able to measure our progress and make sure that we're doing the right thing. Some of the things that we're doing in the monthly budget reviews and so forth, they're the right things. But we're going to mature and go even further with that. But we have to execute this with courage and excellence, and that's everybody. It is a new day in Des Moines. We've said it, several of us have said it, and we continue to say it. And this is the beginning of starting to see how the fruits of those labors are starting to pay off. But I also need to say that, it's also about quality of life, and I emphasize public safety. Chief, I cannot thank you and your team enough. And I have always said, if you don't have a safe city, you don't have a city. So even if we fix the budget, but we don't fix our law enforcement, we won't have a city. We have to be really responsible here, folks. So I want to emphasize, we need to grow our way out, get this house in order. We're on our way, and let's be good, because from these openers are where the hard discussions start. So be good to each other, share ideas, try and find the win-win, understand that there's give along the way, there's take along the way, but be good to each other. Let's get there together. No finger pointing, please. So I want to thank everybody for giving up so much of their Saturday for this very important discussion, but this is the beginning of the future. And thank you all for today. With that, we are adjourned.